Testing, testing. Okay, it looks like we're good to go, guys. What's up? It has been a long and exhausting week to say, guys. Y'all already know how it goes for me. 10 hours, working 10 hours every weekday. And yes, I did pause comments on the videos because more often than not, people are just repeating stuff that has already been addressed in the comments. So I didn't privatize comments. I didn't disable them altogether. All I did was pause them for a while in the hopes that anyone who wants to comment isn't repeating something that was already addressed. Because honestly, I am so sick and tired of all the insults, the allegations, all that crap. So we're gonna see how it goes. I'm gonna keep them paused, but we'll see how things go after I'm done reacting to the videos, to my videos and whatnot. And hopefully people will look into these VODs and whatnot, and more or less, would it be an exaggeration to say if I'm trying to clear my name? Yeah, it definitely would be. Ultimately, I shouldn't care what these kind of people think of me. If they can't be bothered to watch the video and understand my perspective, then that's on them more or less, because I spoke for 45 whole minutes. I'd like to believe I was thorough, but anywho. For now, while more people show up, let's play some TCG Pocket. Assuming the emulator decides to not crash on me. Okay, we're good. We're good, more or less. A little laggy in the menus, but in-game it should be fine. We'll have to wait and see, though. Oh, gosh. Can you guys hear me well enough? I'd like to believe you guys should be able to. Yeah, you guys can hear me well enough. At least judging from OBS, but... Anywho, let's do some ranked games. Wait, can I open a pack right now? Probably should. With how laggy the menus are, I probably should have looked into it before I got into the games. Not for another hour and 42 minutes? Okay, we're not doing that today. That can wait for a while, more or less. So yeah, just a couple ranked games while people come in, and then we'll get right to it. Just like last week, just like the week before. I'm still really mad that I couldn't stream last Saturday just because my ISP just decided to screw me over. Like, that is... Like, just the fact that I couldn't do anything about it, I felt so helpless. 3 whole days without internet in my own residence. I just had to strictly rely on phone data. Like, that is just frustrating. Going first, leading with Vampy against a dark deck. Could be worse. What have you got? Guzzlord. This is either a Hitmontop or another Vampy. More than likely a Hitmontop. Yeah, it's a 2 in 3 chance. Do I want to place the Hitmontop now? Not yet. But I do want to play the Oak. There's a Luca. May as well thin out my deck with another ball. Because we are ball... Nope, I'm not even going to say it. Not even with a... No, I can't say that with a straight face. Too corny, man. Joke's on you, man. I don't have any support cards. He still gets to see my hand, but he can't get rid of a support card, fortunately. Nothing to switch out. I may as well evolve. 70 damage on turn 2. That is kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie. And if I get the other Lucario, that's 90. That's almost a one-shot, come to think of it. And imagine if Guzzlord was actually weak to fighting, earth or whatever instead of grass. Oh well. Does he have will, or is he just gonna hinge on the coin flip? No, he just heals. I wonder if I should implement Claydol into this deck. Like, I don't know, restricting healing, it just really comes in clutch. Don't you dare get heads. Thank you. Like, I straight up, guys, I hate any strategy that relies on coin flips, more or less. Unless you have will, then obviously it's a little different. I don't see myself getting KO'd anytime soon, so yeah. Just keep pressing him. Literally. What time is it, by the way? I said it started at 1 o'clock. I think I started around 1:03. So, yeah, at around 1:30. If, although I will say, guys, if not enough people show up, then there's really no point in me doing these reactions. So, if at 1:30 chat is still kind of dead, then yeah, I'll just end the stream right then and there. And of course, I'll delete the VOD because it's a little misleading. No biggie. I just don't expect... Under certain circumstances, I don't expect a lot of people to show up. At least with my low sub count, more or less. Where is... Where is my other Lucario when I need him? Not much I can do right now other than just keep attacking. Wait, hold on. You know what? Yeah, play the Hitmontop. Supporter card can be used. Just Sabrina and Cyrus and Lyra. Yeah, I don't need it. Wait, on the other one? I guess the other one's as good as dead, so that's probably why. Oh, come on, man. Alright, I get it. No fun allowed. Jeez. Oh, gosh. That Lyra would have been clutch, bro. At least he didn't get heads again. This is frustrating. At least I can tank a couple more hits, but there's no point in a giant cape. Yeah, so just keep attacking him. Got my 3 energy. Hopefully I don't lose it. I do 150 in one hit. Maybe I should put red into this deck instead of Giovanni. I don't know. Can you stop with these bro? Shuffles my hand, shuffles my hand. Is that all you're good for, man? Can you use a real strategy for a change, please? My god. Okay, if I pull Sabrina here, it's over for you. It's over for you. And if he doesn't get heads. Don't you dare. Oh, come on! Hey, caramba. Okay, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I still do 150. You know, I have Formons in play. Yeah, I may as well set up my hiker. No, Donphan's as good as dead, so... I don't know if I should do this. Yeah, I know. Give me a second. Don't put the timer on my face. Thank you. Wait, when it goes back into my... When a card goes back into my hand, does it go up at the bottom of the deck, or... who knows. I just realized that's my bad. Wait, he retreated? My guy. My guy! 2 Lucas are up. Why would you... Okay, sure. Alright. It's your loss. Maybe... You know what? For all I know, there's nothing you could have done. That's what happens. Anyone who relies on any strategy that relies on coin flips, you know what? That's what you deserve. To be shoved into a corner. and kicked down. John, welcome to the stream. Hello. Alright, but like I said, guys, for those of you coming in, if there's not enough people in chat, then maybe this can wait until tomorrow. Maybe I should keep the streams to Sunday exclusive, because I don't know how the audience for Saturday will turn out. And you know what? Should I really be surprised? Most people work on Saturday. I'm streaming a little earlier than usual, but that's just because I got somewhere to be this afternoon, more or less. Not that it's any of your guys' business. You know what? GG's. But alright, we are climbing, more or less. Have I ever mentioned how much I don't like the in-game audio? But the thing is, like, having this emulator takes up a lot of RAM on my PC, so if I put in background music from, like, say, YouTube or Spotify, it would just, the stream would just crash, probably crash immediately. I usually start to stream at 2 or 3, but I started at 1 o'clock today. Against electric types? Let's see. Wow, I already have both of my Lucas ready. That's crazy. Don't you dare, please, don't you dare red card me. Okay, next turn, I can one-shot this Oricorio if I wanted to, if I don't evolve. Which I kinda don't want to. $30 base damage, 20 more because he's weak to ground, and 40 more with 2 Lucarios. Like that's crazy, bro. This little guy is doing 90 damage with 1 energy. That's disgusting. I really don't need both, but what the hell, man? Screw it. Nothing personal. Shinobi waifu, whatever your name is. Look at this, man. This is gross. This deck is gross. Oh, Fampy is so adorable, but this deck is so gross, man. Look at it. I don't blame him. I do not blame you, my guy. I am so sorry. Both Lucas and Riolus right at the top of my hand. At the top of the deck. Good lord. If it's any consolation, man, here, have a shop ticket. Jesus, man, that was disgusting. Alright, we go again. Keep in mind, guys, I usually don't get into the reactions until about half an hour into the stream, and we're only 16 minutes in. So I want to say 2 more matches, 3 more matches, and then we'll get right into it. Unless the matches get cut short, like that last one. We'll see. Donphan right off the bat. I'm going first, but it's an Ultra Beast deck. Okay. Lucario? Riolu? Please don't be Hitmontop. Okay. This is a 2 in 5 chance of being a Riolu. And I'm okay. I'll take it. Don't you dare Sabrina me. Don't you dare. Just don't do it, man. Don't do it. Okay, he oaked. I know everyone calls it Professor's Research, but I just call it Oak. I gotta keep in mind, though. Okay, this is gonna hurt. Yeah, I'm weak to grass. Ampy is weak to grass. This is gonna hurt. At least I one-shot him without a Leaf Cape. And there is no Leaf Cape. There is a Rocky Helmet. Okay. It could be worse. It could be worse. $70 damage, 1 energy. Yeah, I may as well keep it. Do I need to play support? I don't know. Definitely not. I do take an extra 20 damage. That's a good thing I put on the cape. Bro, why do people play? Why did I see this deck very often? Like, Donphan Lucario is kind of gross. Like, I know the season just started like a week ago, but it has been carrying me through and through. Okay. I have Lyra, and you already damaged me, bro. So, what are we doing? What exactly do you hope to accomplish? You have Lusamine, but it's not enough energy. That's all I can tell you, dude. It's not looking good for this guy, and honestly, I'm glad. I do not like the Ultra Beast decks. They just get so many ridiculous privileges. Free retreating with Celesteela, instant energy with Lusamine just by losing. Like, it's dumb. It's just dumb. Okay, this is gonna hurt, but again, not much else he can do. Even with Leaf Cape, I one-shot him. Let's see what else we got. Riolu number 2. Hold on. Wait. Play him first. Stampy number 2, maybe? Okay, will I be dead next turn? The Loud House is not a sinking boat. It's beyond that? Yeah. You wouldn't... If I had $1 for every time someone said that. Entertainment Power? Okay, can I even say your name without getting demonetized, my guy? But welcome to the stream. Should I have played the Hitmontop? Okay. Knowing my luck, this guy's gonna play Lusamine and he's gonna land heads. He's gonna land heads and the Donphan is dead. What then? He has to get really lucky, though. And if he does, then I might just walk away. Wait, is there any health left on this guy? I can't see because of the freaking UI! Bro, I'm telling you, this UI is so unorganized. It's not even funny. Is he gonna play another card? He is. And he can retreat for free, so... Yeah, he can probably big beat me. Wait, he already played Oak. Okay, he can't attack. Okay, we're good, we're good, we're Gucci, we're Gucci, we're Gucci. It's German for Fox, I'm German. Well, let me know how to pronounce that, because otherwise, yeah, YouTube, they just have YouTube administrators and whatnot, they have a tendency to jump to the worst conclusion. Know what I mean? Wait a minute, I have a Luca. I have a Sabrina. Yeah, if I switch him in, yeah, you're dead. It's over. Thank you. Okay, we are cooking. We are cooking with this Donphan deck. Come to think of it, yeah, Buswell low-key does look like Goku. The color scheme, the muscles, the physique. Oh gosh. Already Saturday again? Yeah. This week flew by really fast. It felt kind of slow for me because... Well guys, let me put it this way. My latest video, the reception, like the numbers have just been overwhelming. It's just something I've never been used to for such a long-term video. For a video that's 45 minutes long, it is something I'm not used to. And every morning, I check the comment section and it's either mostly agreement. Like, the like-dislike ratio, it's still around 94% positive. And I'm not bluffing you guys. You guys can download Chrome extensions that show you the exact amount of dislikes I have. But at the same time, every now and again, I get some really annoying comments that just show you that they did not watch the entire video. They just say, oh, you're homophobic. Oh, that is so rude. How dare you? Like, finish watching the video and watch everything. Pay attention to every frame. Everything I present on screen, it's there for a reason. But we'll get to it soon enough. Anyways, did I say hello, Tiggy Tick? I don't think I did. Welcome to the stream. Alright, we are 23 minutes in. I think we got time for 1 or 2 more matches. And I'm not gonna lie, I am having... Either I'm getting too lucky, or I am having fun with this Donphan deck. Yeah, I think the general consensus is that Schooled is where everything started to go wrong. I can't pinpoint the exact point in the... I can't pinpoint the moment in the show's time span where Chris Savino's involvement completely stopped. Because keep in mind, guys, a whole season of television and whatnot... Okay, am I lagging? A whole season of television and whatnot, it usually takes about a year to produce in its entirety. So they gotta plan this stuff. They gotta plan a lot of the stuff ahead of time. So a lot of season 3, a lot of season 4, Chris Savino was still involved in it, even though he got fired in like late 2017, around the end of season 2. Let's see. So yeah. Like honestly, there's a lot of stuff I liked about Schooled, but they definitely fumbled the bag, to say the least. Alright, what have we got? Oak, another Donphan, and a Cape. Oh, a Dratini deck. I just realized a Dragonite deck. Oh boy. Like, honestly, I'm not entirely... If y'all have seen my video ranking the best episodes, I tried to keep an open mind, more or less. There's a reason I ranked Save Royal... I put Save Royal Woods and Time Trap in there, and I want to say it's because in a minor capacity, I wanted to believe that there was some good past Season 5. But honestly, I felt like I was pushing it. Especially because a lot of people disagree that Time Trap is a good episode. I still like it. There's a lot to appreciate, but a lot of people really hated it. Like, I was a little surprised, but... A little surprised. Like, I get why some people might dislike it, but some people are straight up telling me, oh, it's my least favorite episode in the whole show. And I was like, oh, damn, really? Any day now, Luca. Any day now. If he doesn't evolve, then I might have this in the bag, but we'll see. There's no way, right? He has like 20 cards in his hand. Is he gonna evolve? Did Kevin do Time Trap? No, he did not. I don't think he did either of them. You know what? Let me look into it, actually. Trust me, if Kevin did Time Trap, I think I would have less of a reason. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Like I said in my latest video, Kevin Sullivan, he is, in my opinion, the worst writer in the show. But when he's not out alone, and on some occasion, he can write a decent episode. Okay, Time Trap was written by Andrew Brooks and Jeff Sayers. What about Save Royal Woods? Save Royal Woods was written by Byron Dawkins and Whitney Weta. So yeah, nothing crazy at the moment. Wait, what happened? Nothing really changed here. I'm getting chip damage in, but without Lucario, it's kind of hopeless. Okay, if the Dragonair if the Dratini evolves, I'm kind of screwed. Yeah, because the water energy's already on its way. Oh boy. Not gonna lie, I'm a little scared. Yeah, Rockin' D, I saw your comments, but the fact of the matter is, man, it was like 3 paragraphs, and like I've said time and time again, I work 10 hours every weekday. I didn't have the time to read it. So, maybe we'll get to it soon enough at this point in the stream if I don't forget. But I'm not making any promises. Oh, it's not an EX. Really? This Dragonite? This is the one you're going with? Alright. Have it your way, man. Let's see. I don't have Lucario. I could switch out if I wanted to into Donphan. You know what? Hitmontop is as good as dead, so yeah, I may as well start chipping with Donphan. If I get Lucario next turn, this Dragonite is dead. Even with a Giant Cape, though, he still dies to Giga Impact, assuming there's a Dragonite EX in this deck. Which I'm willing to bet there is. People love mixing and matching. Ho-Oh? Really? I guess it helps. Okay, this could be bad. This could be bad. I don't know where the damage is going, but this is really bad. Okay, only one casualty. I can live with that. Although, if I'm being honest, I got really lucky. Okay, Draco Boy is dead. Using the ball to thin out my deck. Really? Okay, alright, have it your way, man. I'll give Joyce this. She is one of the... Okay, Tracy, you might want to correct your grammar a little there, my guy, because I cannot understand what you're saying. You know what? Let me read it slowly and see if I understand it. I'll give Joyce this. He won lowest villains on the show. The two villains in the movies, they try to kill the Lau family. Okay, my guy, please fix your grammar. I genuinely can't understand most of what you're saying. Is that rude? Is that rude, guys? I'm sorry. There's a reason most of the comments I make, there's a reason I appreciate how obnoxious, in a way, my English teachers were in both high school and college. Anyways. One episode of Modern Loud House had a very bad message. An influencer lied to Lincoln for a publicity stunt. Yeah, that one episode from season 9. I forgot what it was called. I didn't really like it. I don't even remember his name. Like, I don't know. That episode, aside from trying to flesh out Kara a little, I did not like that episode. Like, I don't know. It just felt a little too cliche. I don't know, man. The bad messaging, and really the fact that Kara, like I said in my video, she straight up just feels like a rehash of Ronnie Ann. And a lot of people admit that. People are saying, oh, she's just better Ronnie Ann, but she's just basically Ronnie Ann with her character development. But alright, GG's. I guess he couldn't get the Dragonite in time. Maybe that's why he surrendered. Yeah, a couple of Season 9 episodes already aired in Mexico. Not all of them, of course. And not the summer camp arc. Though, I do have a couple things to say about it, but... because I have seen a couple screenshots that people published on Instagram. But other than that, I don't have a lot to say just yet. I will say this, though. Joyce Crandall... she straight up looks like the bastard child of Hillary Clinton and Waluigi. Like, I don't know. I just couldn't unsee it when I put two and two together. Like, I don't know. Like, she just... her design is just... it exemplifies... like, it's... she has a design that makes you want to hate her. Know what I mean? Never mind what she did in the episode, which she totally deserves hatred for. Contempt for, as a villain. She just radiates hated character. Know what I mean? Oh, I should have led with Phanpy. Crap. If I had known it was a Crobat deck, I definitely would have. What, pet? Where Lana tries to bring Petzer to a hotel? Yeah, I have. It was... meh. It was kind of boring, I'm not gonna lie. That's just me, though. Like, I don't know. Nothing in Season 9 has really left a lasting impression on me, but then again, has any season of The Loud House left a lasting impression on me in the past, like, what? 4 years? Like I said, there was a couple good episodes in Season 8. Only Mine Will Tell, Incognito, Nona Your Business. There was a lot of episodes I liked, but a lot of them were just... yikes. Okay, in case he evolves into Crobat, I'm gonna play the Giant Cape here and now. Do I need to play Sabrina? You know what, maybe I should. Maybe I should. Just to avoid getting poisoned. Also the energy cost. It's a good thing they're all weak to fighting, so... But yeah, so far with Season 9, there wasn't anything that I was like, oh my gosh, this is such a fun episode, or this is such a well-written episode. Scorebugs is how's your Eevee emblem coming along? Your Evolution emblem coming along? You just need the 3? I'm guessing you didn't pull on the new expansion because you still wanna get all the full art evolutions. I wish you the best, my guy. I wish you the best. Alright, fine, give me the oak. No signs of my Riolu, and that's bad. Alright, wait, did he heal up the Zubat? Probably. And I have a Cyrus coming up. And my Donphan is already in development, more or less. That's a really weird way to put it for a card. He's already being built. Still the Poison Barb Zubat. Another Nihilego. Okay, I'm getting Cyrus soon, so... Okay. I'm poisoned. Cyrus and what else, though? Another Lucario, but no Riolu. That's nice. That's nice. Isn't that nice? Isn't it nice when things don't exactly work out the way you hope they do? But alright, if I Cyrus in the Arceus next turn, it's over. Game's over. I win. Even if he KOs my Hitmontop here. Okay. Have at it, man. Has my opinions changed on the best and worst episodes? Maybe. Keep in mind, that ranking, we were only like 5 episodes into Season 8 when I made my rankings. So, maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. Alright, GG's. No Crobats, no nothing. No. I got 3 energy. I don't even need the Lucarius to take you down, my boy. I don't even need the fighting weakness to take you down. Bye. Wow, that was very short-lived. Damn, I am kicking ass with this deck right now. I'm usually never this lucky. Maybe it's a streamer curse. The opposite of a streamer curse. Okay, I might... Wait, do I get promoted if I win my next match? Yeah, the Loud House, it's really in that position where... Yeah, it's in the exact same position as Fairly Odd Parents, where they don't know what the fuck they're doing anymore, and they should just let it end. Wait, Greedent in TCG Pocket? I honestly haven't seen anyone talk about the card. Okay, guys, I do get promoted out of Ultra 2 if I win this match, so we're gonna cram in one more before we get to the reactions. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I know I said one more match, but I can't let this opportunity pass. Poppy? Or is it Popey? You know what? Let me look him up. Greedent TCG Pocket. What's all the hype about? I'm going second against a dark deck? Oh my boy. Oh, they are not making it easy for me, are they? Okay, if he doesn't play any other basics, he loses. He loses. Straight up. Or plays a giant cake? Okay, there you go. Enhanced Fang. If this Pokemon has a tool attached, this attack does 50 more damage. 100 damage for 3 energy. 120 base HP with leftovers, I guess. Nothing crazy, though. Okay, if I attack here, though, the Zubat is dead. But I might... There's a 50-50 chance I lose my Donphan. Fuck it. Let's go for it. Goodbye. Worth it. Please be the Cyrus. Yes! Okay, I'm getting way too lucky. Maybe I am just getting too lucky here. Maybe I am just getting way too lucky here. Oh my god. Yeah, no energy. He needs 2 to attack, so... And my Donphan is ready. Yeah, I already win. I already win. That's disgusting, bro. I am so sorry. Poppy. Okay, I was gonna say any last words, but he surrendered before I could say it. Dub after dub after dub. I am just stacking dubs, man. Yeah, whenever you KO an EXmon, which is basically cards that are meant to be stronger than usual, you get 2 points. Yeah, killing an EX Pokemon gives you 2 points instead of 1. But alright. I'm ready. Promotion. I'm ready. Alright, guys. That takes care of that. So, while I'm setting up the reaction, and we're about to finish the worst episodes video. We might get into the best ones, but into the best episodes video before the end of the stream, but we'll have to wait and see. But for now, I gotta set stream up, so I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Comments should be... Okay, first, let me get rid of this. Okay, everything should be good to go. All right, guys. Do I wanna? Okay, like I said, I paused comments. I think it was Thursday night, Friday morning. I don't remember exactly. I don't think I saw a lot of new ones that we didn't tackle on last Sunday, I believe. But let me double check. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, all these comments are from like a month ago, so unless there's anything that's less than a week old, more or less, then I don't see anything. Huh. 3 months, 1 month, 6 months, 4 months. Pretty sure I already addressed everything here, so yeah, okay. Which episode with Lincoln's birthday? I think that was season 5. It's called Present Danger. Yeah, ironically, I know I made a big deal about not liking the David Steele episodes more or less, but Present Danger was one of the very few exceptions because... Okay, the biggest reason I don't like David Steele is because it's pretty much the only reason we stopped having A-Savvy episodes, and I liked a lot of those. But in this particular instance, I think it makes sense because it's very likely that Lincoln already had an A-Savvy birthday at some point in his life. And I thought for the most part the episode was fine. It definitely could have been much more special since it's Lincoln's the protagonist's birthday, for crying out loud. But I didn't hate it by any means. Unlike some people, like people were like, "Oh, this is the like." That's really the only complaint I've ever seen about Present Danger or whatever it's called. Wait, why did I kill the music? My bad. Can you guys hear me well enough? Like, is the music and audio balanced and whatnot? Okay, I need to stop talking like that. Talk like a normal person, Seabass, for God's sake. But all right. Okay, you know what? That's why I killed the music, because we're going to get to the video. All right, where did we leave off? Pretty sure we finished one of the boys. Yeah, we finished number 2. We're at just the dishonorable mentions and number 1. That's it. The twins' birthday episode. Oh, you know what? Tracy, just hold on a minute. We're actually about to get to that. But first, let me give my thoughts on a few episodes that came close to making this list. Okay, I will say this. I spoke way too quickly throughout this part of the video because honestly, guys, I already edited an hour's worth of footage here, and you know what? I wasn't really an experienced editor at the time. So this took me weeks. This took pretty much all of my afternoons throughout my I got 2 weeks off of vacations from work for the holidays. And I pretty much spent every afternoon working on this video. And with how minimal my editing experience is, like this video took a very long time to finish. The Loud House fanfic getting taken down? Yeah, since last week. Loud House revamped. I'm conflicted. On one hand, I want to respect the passion behind it, but on the other hand, it's just so fucking cringe, man. Like, what are we doing? Yeah, I honestly, Rockin' D, I don't expect a lot of comments in my VODs, just because for some reason, most of the time, they don't appear on sub boxes. You gotta click a completely different tab on my channel to find them. Like, I don't know, VODs definitely deserve a little more favors in the YouTube UI and whatnot. Or I just have problems that I think are worth mentioning. But yeah, keep in mind, guys, pay very close attention to the timestamp. Just because an episode is mentioned in here in this segment, it doesn't mean it's a bad episode. It doesn't mean I dislike it overall. I just have critiques, or it actually is a bad episode. That just wasn't bad enough to make the list. Hopefully you guys can tell which is which. Like I said, hopefully you guys can tell which is which, but apparently people can't. At least according to some comments. I don't mean to be condescending. It's just really frustrating when people don't listen. Heavy metal. Like, case in point. Most of the episode is fine, except for the whole Ronnie Ann picking... You know what? Like I mentioned before, I really do like... I'll just let the video speak for itself. What Lincoln and Ronnie Ann's bond has grown into, but I really don't dig how it began to some degree. Even then, though, they're perfectly better off as just friends, and I'm glad the narrative already went in that direction. Seriously, kids, don't humor the idea that... Yeah, honestly, the fact that eventually, I think in the first season of the Casa Grandes, Ronnie Ann straight up admits she doesn't like Lincoln romantically, and maybe she did, maybe she didn't at first. It's not made very clear, but even then, the progress, it feels organic, more or less. Like you don't have to, you can read between the lines easily enough. Someone of the opposite sex picks on you or hurts you, it means that they like you. I got enough of that crap with Arnold and Helga, and the Eds and the Cankers, and Chowder and Panini. Jeez. Yeah, in general, I really don't like the trope of girl picking on you because she likes you trope. Arnold and Helga, Chowder and Panini, especially Eds and the Cankers. Y'all realize how fucked up Eds and the Cankers are in Ed, Ed, and Eddie? Like, they are a prime example of this trope, and I hate them. Definitely the most egregious example. Like, I get Helga gets some sympathy because apparently her mom is an alcoholic. Her parents are very neglectful of her because of her older sister's like a prodigy or whatever. But no, just don't try to just because your backstory is emotionally scarring or whatever. Sometimes I like it a lot more when the victim in question chooses to be more optimistic and whatnot. Is this really that common? Sometimes it sets a horrible precedent for any relationship, and you might just end up getting hurt. Boy, is that true for Lincoln, because, well, surprisingly, Save the Date did not make my least favorite, this video. Did not make it into this video, but I can definitely see why people dislike it. And I kind of do too. Not to a point where I'd never want to watch it again, but... Which in Lincoln's case, he does. Yeah, he gets her phone number by the end, but it doesn't change the fact that this is a very unhealthy gamble. Picture perfect. Most of this episode's a lot of fun, and I'd really like to appreciate the message. Yeah, like I said, most of this episode, it honestly would have been really good. It's just the phrasing in the writing is just... It's a little inconsistent. Like, the guy... Picture perfect. Most of this episode's... He just wants them to stand still for a couple seconds just to take a family picture. And for some reason, they can't bring themselves to do it. And for some reason, Lincoln says it's... For some reason, he says that, oh, you guys are being yourselves too much. That's the problem with this picture. Like, I don't... Like, that just doesn't make any sense. A lot of fun, and I'd really like to appreciate the message, but the process doesn't reflect it well enough. No, girls, standing still for a picture for a couple seconds doesn't disregard or undermine your personality. Like, seriously. Like, maybe he was overdoing it with the sweaters and whatnot, but, like, both sides are just completely wrong in a nonsensical way. Even if that's what Lincoln tells you at first. Pretty much any episode revolving around Flip. I didn't even have to specify. Every episode with Flip, I just don't like the character as a whole. Yeah, no matter how you slice it, this character is trash. By far, my least... Especially, oh my god, what was that episode called? House Flip. I hated that episode. Oh my goodness. If Flip was any more relevant as a character, it definitely would have made the list. Maybe number 9, right before Alice for Love and whatnot. No matter how you slice it, this character is trash. By far, my least favorite character in the series. He serves a purpose, but it really doesn't make him interesting, likable, or even redeemable in any conceivable way. Did y'all hear that in the video? I think a plane, keep in mind guys, I live near an airport. I think a plane flew overhead as I was recording that line. I don't know if y'all heard it, but that's a little embarrassing. Not even when he's parodying a prime example of that last... Yeah, and I really don't care if you gave him literally an Ebenezer Scrooge backstory. It doesn't make me like him even more. And honestly, is this episode even canon? Because it does not feel canon in every way, but it's trying to pass itself off as canon, but I don't know. Like I said, guys, this show's timeline is so freaking confusing and inconsistent. He's unapologetically disgusting. Hey, at least with Lana, she kind of gets a pass for being a kid. Yeah, Lana's like 7 years old. Give her, like, I get that she's a little naive to the point, but... He's boring, his voice is annoying, he's unfunny, and he's a shallow cheapskate. He's like if they took Grunkle's Stand and they removed all the likability, humor, and complex motivations, while... Hey, wanna hear a joke? Hold on. Like if they took Grunkle's Stand and they removed all the likability, humor... Wanna hear a joke? My ex-wife still misses me, but her aim is getting better. Okay, I'll stop. Sorry, I'm a big fan of Grunkle Stan as a character. Motivations while amping up the gross factor. Okay, I'm not expecting Gravity Falls levels of depth here, but geez, man, there's such a thing as a bare minimum. Music to my fears. Okay, yeah, this is Rockin' D. We talked a little bit about this last week. I remember vividly. Hopefully you've seen this. You know what? Hopefully you've seen... I will say this, guys. Anyone commenting on these videos and whatnot, or talking here in chat, I like to believe that you've seen these videos more or less in their entirety. Yeah, what is the big deal? Okay, no, I mean no disrespect, but why do I see Christina V virtually everywhere in the voice acting industry? Like, is she really that talented? Does she have that much range? Like, no offense, but most of her characters pretty much have the same voice. Except, ironically, Nina here in the Loud House, her guest appearance. Girl, you already voiced an international children's icon. That's not going away anytime soon. Yeah, that is crazy, bro. It's like what? Well into season 5, season 6, and it's getting at least 9 more seasons? Like, bro. Like, I know, okay, I get it. A lot of kids really watch this show, and like every time I go to the park just to get just to work out and whatnot, I see plenty of kids with like Ladybug action figures and whatnot. But 9 more seasons? Is this show really that big? Like, it's really not that. You know what? Whatever. Kid slop. It, like, honestly, it had a good. Maybe it had potential, but they really fumbled the bag when it comes to the show. I watched some of it just for the sake of trying to understand it, but as the show went on, I really started to dislike it. So much so that I literally see her in children's products at the. Yeah, no joke. No cap. As I was editing this video, I had to go to the supermarket for unrelated reasons, and I saw the shampoo bottle. That's how big Miraculous Ladybug is. Even here in Mexico. Like, you see her in freaking shampoo bottles. Supermarket. As for the episode itself, is that, like, this show is not going away anytime soon. Okay, so Luna hurt her hands and needs. And yes, Tracy, this is the episode where Luna hurt her hands. Understudy for her next gig. Problem 1. Most of the auditions for her understudy don't involve singing her song. Yeah. Playing a keyboard, playing... What was Liam playing there? I don't know what that instrument is called. A grass whistle or whatever? Okay, hold on, guys. I got a really important text. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I have to answer a phone call. I will be right back. Pardon the delay, ladies and gentlemen. I had to answer a phone call about my job, more or less. So, here we are. Where did I leave off? Alright, we were talking about Luna and whatnot. What does chat have to say? My goodness, man. Suddenly I have to answer a phone call, and suddenly I have to go shopping on Amazon. Let's see. Do I like Mr. Entero? I'm guessing you mean Mr. Enter, Jorge. Which, I mean, I'm subscribed to him. He makes a good point every now and again, but sometimes he can be a little outlandish, and I'm putting it nicely. Wait, Christina V? Nah. There's no way Christina V was in WarioWare. Hold on, I gotta look this up. You are tripping, Rockin' D. There is no way. Christina V. You know what? I'm pulling up her IMDb. I do not believe you, my guy. Hold on. Jesus, 90% of this girl's credits are just Miraculous Ladybug. Let's see. Really? She was in WarioWare Move It. She was little 5-volt. Wow. Okay, she does have range. Okay, that is genuinely surprising. Who wrote the birthday episodes for the twins and Lincoln? Okay, the twins one. You know what? We'll get to it soon enough in the video. As for the Lincoln one, let's see. Present Danger was written by Andrew Brooks. You know what? What else did Andrew Brooks write? Just out of curiosity. You know what? I may as well show you guys. Okay, it is really hard to type with one hand and hold a microphone in another. Wait a minute. Why is it taking me to Yahoo? Okay, you know what? Whatever. I got what I needed. Yeah, written by Andrew Brooks, although I'm genuinely curious. What else has he written? Like, I don't know. There's just a couple names in the writing team where I'm like, I don't know a lot about these writers. Stall Monitor, meh. Strife of the Party. Oh, well, that answers your question, Tracy. He also wrote the Lola and Lana birthday. No Bus, No Fuss. Much Ado About Moshing. Danger, The Taunting Hour. Okay, I know a lot of people don't like The Taunting Hours, so... Oh, he did write Time Trap. Like I said, a lot of people don't like it, but I kind of do. I have a soft spot for it. Dine and Bash. Stroke of Luck. The Loud Cloud. Okay, the Loud Cloud was mostly fine. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, guys. As far as his repertoire is concerned, I really don't like most of what I'm seeing. Is that weird? I really don't. Oh my gosh. Yeah, there isn't a single episode here where I'm like, wow, this guy's got range. But anyways, back to the video. Even guitar players, for that matter. Problem 2. When Luna comes clean and lets V's character fill in for her despite the sabotage, she doesn't sing either? Yeah. The whole performance, like, okay, I didn't realize this as I was editing the video, but apparently Luna said at some point at the beginning of the episode, I think Luna said, oh, Sam, you can take care of vocals, but she doesn't sing either. Neither of them do. You got two perfectly talented voice actresses. One of them's a Disney alumni, and one of them is the biggest voice actresses in the industry. And and both of which can sing perfectly, and neither of them do? Like, I know I missed it. I know I missed it as I was making this video, but at the same time, my point more or less still stands. Even then, like, bro, you got Christina V, man. Like, let her sing. It would have been a good chance for the show to actually stand out, or at least try, but nope. This show is still in that it's still in the same purgatory it's been in for the last, what, 4 seasons, 4 years? Like, I'm pretty sure the audience isn't there for an instrumental. Like, the character just goes on the guitar, and that's it. Like, honestly, it just gives Mary Sue vibes. Am I alone in thinking that? Oh, that's what happens. Am I just correct in assuming that V has no singing talent? Like, see? She can sing. Why? You got arguably more or less a once in a lifetime guest appearance, and this is all you do with her? Like, bro, like, what are we doing, man? Radiant Hero, Era, Chloe, Marissa, Lynn. My guy, you pick a struggle, pick a waifu, my guy. What's up? Welcome to the stream. They hype up the characters this much, but they cheapen out when it matters most. Strife of the party. I mean, am I wrong? Yeah. Like, I showed the Fjorm video, but the thing is, it's Christina V. It shows she can sing, so it got my point across. It's the twins' birthday, and Lana wants to be in charge of the decorations for once. I'd have a lot more sympathy for her, especially after Lola's sabotage, if what she wanted wasn't literally trash. Yeah. How everything Lana does in this episode is more or less unapologetically disgusting, to the point where it might just gross out all the guests, and if you gross out the guests and they want to leave, there's no party. Like, did no one bother explaining it to the 7-year-old? Like, the parents didn't rein in, and Lola didn't explain that to her? Although maybe she should, like, I don't know, a lot of this writing just doesn't make any sense. Not her love of animals, her mechanical prowess, her adoration of that NASCAR racer, or any other... Yeah, they could have gone with so many other themes for Lana and show that she's not just a one-dimensional grease monkey, tomboy, whatever you want to call her. Potential theme that could have provoked more subtle discomfort. Literally, the first thing she asked for at the party store is the nearest dumpster. How am I supposed to feel bad for her? I know Lana in general isn't afraid to get dirty, and she unapologetically grosses people out sometimes, but... Like, sometimes, as far as Lana is concerned, they do have a nice balance between sympathetic and occasionally badly mannered. Know what I mean? But this is one of those episodes where that balance is completely destroyed. Sometimes this gets taken too far. Only this time, instead of just a disgustingly bad joke, it's basically the whole plot. In the Mick of Time. Oh my god, the Mick of Time. I got a lot of gripes with that episode, but it could be a lot worse. It could be a lot worse. Congrats, Sam. I finally can't blame you for the problems of an episode you're involved in. Yeah, for once. Maybe it's a little debatable, and I do break it down in the video, but this is one of those episodes where it feels like Sam isn't dead weight, but at the same time, she still doesn't really do much, to the point where it's problematic. But they're still there. 2 interactions later, and suddenly everyone thinks Luna can get this international rock star to perform at a local high school. She didn't leave out any details. Yeah, just because you spoke to him twice, it doesn't mean he's gonna do this favor for you, no problem. Like, do you have his phone number? Do you so much as have a backstage pass to his concert to actually be able to talk to him and ask for this favor? Like, why did everyone keep saying, "Oh, get Mick to play at the dance. Get this international rock star to perform at a local high school"? Like, do you realize how big of a boon you're asking of her? Even for someone who's interacted with this guy twice? But of course, the narrative just has to go in the most optimistic way possible, and I mean that in the worst of ways. She's a freaking tomboy. She could have picked something up instead of a damn trash party, though. That's what I'm saying. Anything at all. Maybe a zoo-themed birthday party. Maybe... I know she's a big fan of a NASCAR racer or whatever Bobby Fletcher is, but anything would have done. Like, the discomfort that she provoked out of Lola, it could have been a little more subtle, to the point where the narrative more or less could have stayed the same and actually be compelling, but... Like, sometimes this show just hyper fixates on being too cartoony or too simplistic at the wrong times. Know what I mean? Concert and no real means to contact him in general. Yet here we are. Not that I doubt he wouldn't have agreed to do it, because of course he did. Of course, yeah. He just shows up at the last minute and he's like, "Yeah, I'll perform for you." But half the plot would be... Even though he was late to the party. Like, okay, so Luna left him a note in his area at the concert. "Hey, could you please perform at the local high school?" And for some reason he didn't show up until, like, what? Well into the dance, like halfway into the dance. Like, I don't know. Keep in mind, the episode's 11 minutes long. There's no real means to keep track of real time. Tails doll, I think if you've seen enough of my videos, I have no genuine reason to believe that they introduced Sam with good intentions. With the McBrides, it's a whole nother story, because of the Q&A I saw with Chris Savino, which I did link in the description in some of my videos. He said, we don't want people to think this is just a pair of gay dads. He said something along the lines of, we want this to be just a pair of genuinely respectable parents. And they delivered. I'm sorry I didn't emphasize that in my videos, but they delivered. That is representation done right. Just treat it passively, but not to the point where it's virtually irrelevant or it's actually a detriment to the plot. Plain and simple. Also, the address. I'm guessing, you know what? The place is called Royal Woods High School, so I'm guessing he immediately assumed just the only high school in town, more or less. I don't know. Again, Luna's ambitious, but she's far from thoughtless. And again, they've broken her character in that regard. What, Rita her rights? I thought it was fine. I like Rita's bond with the squirrel, but that's really all I can say, Tracy. Yeah, most of the episode's fine. I don't hate it by any means. For the sake of her half-assed relationship with Sam before, and asking Mick to do this was her idea.
Luna, I just had the best idea. Get Mick to play the dance.
What? Okay, 1. 2 really more or less minor interactions that Luna has gone in full detail over. And somehow she thinks that she can still pull this off? Like, honey, the actual dumbass is right in front of you. You don't have to pretend to be dumb, Sam. Like, I'm telling you, man, they just straight up don't know how to write this character. They got such a talented actress to voice her, but they just don't know what to do with her in the narrative. Like, they are just improvisation after improvisation, and most of the time, she's still so pointless in the narrative. Most of the time. Not all the time. Okay, 1, Sam is being dumb, again. 2, she's dragging Luna down with her, again. And 3, maybe I can blame her for this episode's problems after all. Maybe. I said maybe. Not entirely, but just from that one scene alone, I almost have it in me to say this is all Sam's fault, but that would be a little too biased. Oh my god. Guys. Who's the writer? Yeah, do I need to say more? You know what? No, I will. We'll say. I said more than enough, but the fact that it was written... Every time I see this guy's name in the bottom left corner of an episode, I'm like, oh gosh, this could be terrible. Sure, give the worst character from the spin-off his own episode and repeat exactly. Like, seriously, this character was by far the worst thing about the Casagrandes. And that says a lot, because most of the Casagrandes, I really did not enjoy. And this is coming from a native Mexican, but this fucking bird, man, he is a grade A asshole. Like, Jesus, man. Everyone hates about him. A self-centered, disrespectful, literal party animal who somehow still gets away with most of the crap he pulls. This the cook. Wow, that's really all I had to say? I could have sworn I said more, but alright. A cranky lady that starves children because she holds a grudge with her mom and is left unpunished when said grudge was a misunderstanding anyways. What, Christina V? Yeah, she actually voices a lot of characters in the Fire Emblem franchise. More so in Heroes, but yeah. Yeah, no. Any rational principal would have fired you, Chef Pat. Okay, I'm speaking way too quickly to keep up with what I'm saying here. Yeah, Dis the cook. You know what? Let me hear it again. A cranky lady that starves children because she holds a grudge with her mom and is left unpunished when said grudge was a misunderstanding anyways. Yeah. You are straight up depriving children. You are straight up starving children. Just because you got beef with their mom. Like, what did the kids ever do to you? Like, get a clue. Like, she should have been fired. She didn't even apologize. Like, there's just so much wrong with this episode. Yeah, fuck Chef Pat. Yeah, no. Any rational principal would have fired you, Chef Pat. If I had a list of my bottom 5 least favorite Loud House characters, she would be up there. Don't you forget about me. Oh my gosh. Lenny's too nice to have realistically gone out of her way to sabotage Lori's scholarship and her future? Yes. Do I think she's also dumb enough to not understand the value of an Yeah, honestly, a parrot is really easy to pull off. Like, Sergio is just a grade A level dick, bro. Like, and the worst part is he's not even funny. He's just a jerk. Education coupled with her selfish priorities? Also, yes. Point is, it almost feels like this plot could have gone either. You know what? Let me put captions just so I can keep up with myself, because like I said, I spoke way too quickly throughout this whole segment. In that regard, so I was hesitant to put this episode on the list. Don't misunderstand though. I still don't agree with what she tried to do, regardless of reasons. And yeah. Your older sister is going away to college, so you're going to pretend to be her and sabotage her scholarship? just because you're feeling lonely? Like, I don't know. I thought Lenny isn't Lenny supposed to be the thoughtful and considerate one? Like, yeah, she's a dumbass, but they established that she is thoughtful and considerate when it counts. And yet here we are with this episode. Like, this is just so wrong, man. It's not fun to watch anyways. All the rage. Boy, you know the showrunners are on autopilot when they give a character's voice line to the wrong actor. Yeah, like I said at the beginning of the segment, this isn't an episode I dislike. It's just an episode with a couple problems.
Clyde, can you get this itch for me?
Straight up, that is Zach's voice actors doing in Liam's body. Like, were they in such a rush to record the lines for this episode? Like, how is that? That is such an egregious oversight for a company with so much money, for freaking Nickelodeon of all places. A name synonymous with children's entertainment.
Can't reach.
Other than that, though, the episode's fine. Definitely the Loud House Tales doll. Just because SpongeBob... There was a time where the Loud House kept up with SpongeBob in terms of ratings and popularity. Oh, but that time is long gone, more or less. At least judging by TV ratings. In terms of streaming platforms and whatnot, it's hard to measure the numbers. The Loathe Pope. What's it say about how much we should care about the episode when I can't name the character in the title with a gun to my head? Yeah, straight up. When I saw the title card for this episode, I was like, who the hell is this guy? Should I know who this is? What is going on? And then I realized it's a kid from Lucy's Goth Club that I straight up did not even remember the name until I researched it. Especially since it's not even his debut. Who? Singled out. That one clip of Snoop Dogg just saying, who? I've gotten so much mileage out of it throughout the months. Maybe one of Lynn's few decent episodes. And keep in mind, I said maybe. I know one of the comments said, why do you call this episode decent if it's on the worst episodes list? I said maybe. Wait, SpongeBob got banned in the US? I mean, the UK? Really? Like, I know the UK is going through a lot of shit right now because apparently you need age verification to access Discord and whatnot. Something along those lines with the government. It's also stupid. But really? Freaking SpongeBob? No, Tracy, not Boris. I think his name was Bertram. Like, the fact that I don't even remember, it just tells you how forgettable some of these characters are. Considering the worst, that's really saying something. It makes perfect sense that she, of all people, doesn't understand how to genuinely show romantic consideration and affection, let alone receiving it. Yeah. She's always striving to be the best athletically at pretty much everything, so when she gets a boyfriend just for the hell of it, yeah, it makes sense for her to completely neglect him. Or let alone, and forget that he exists, more or less. Because she's just way too energetic and too outgoing to actually think about it. Which is why I really dig her bond with Liam and her development in those episodes. Yeah. He helps her realize that she should take her teammates' well-being into consideration to start, and that sometimes a gentle approach to your obligations is the way to go at things. Yeah, honestly, Lynn and Liam... Look, I'm not saying as soon as they bond, they should be dating. I'm not saying they should be dating or kissing right now or anything along those lines. Just keep building the dynamic between them, and maybe at some point, if there's like a time skip episode, if they end up together, then sure, that would really be the best way to go at things here. But for some reason, they completely scrapped it all together. While she brings out his physical capabilities in a way that makes both of them happy. Like, yeah. This was just such a fascinating and honestly really endearing dynamic, but for some reason they said, fuck that, let's pair it with a European guy. Screw real chemistry, though. Let's pair it with this random European boy. Like, bro. Like, there is... Okay. I get that most people are not anywhere near my age range, but at the same time, a romantic setup, it doesn't have to hinge on just crushing on a person or love at first sight. Sometimes it works, like with Lincoln and Stella and white hair. I think it works spectacularly. But other times, it's very plausible for a character to fall in love with someone over time and not immediately. Know what I mean? It makes just as much sense that she forgets her newfound boyfriend exists and she only started dating him to spare herself the awkwardness of being single. Yeah. All of her teammates are in a relationship and she's like, and she just feels left out, so... Yeah. These girls are so caught up with their random ass dates, No, really, even they admitted that.
When did that happen? I don't know. Just kinda did. Like yesterday. During halftime.
Yeah, it all came out of nowhere. I get that it's just a plot device, but at the same time, this show has a really bad tendency of taking romantic relationships for granted most of the time. So honestly, this just adds to that. That they can't bother noticing their captain sitting alone at a different table? Speaking of random though, who are you? Also, there's this, like, for some reason, she looks completely different in terms of hair color and skin tone in later seasons. And to this day, I don't understand why. Like a whole ass redesign? Like, is it, like, I don't know. Do you understand how easily this could be misconstrued as whitewashing? I can't tell if this is whitewashing or shallow tokenism. And then, again, another trivial gay romance that didn't accomplish anything. Like, I don't mean to be I don't mean to come off as homophobic, but you could straight up scrap two of these relationships, and pretty much most of the plot wouldn't change. Is that, you know what? That sounds a little rude. But I don't know how to word it. Hopefully you guys don't misunderstand that.
Both is good.
Wow, they really managed to fumble every gay character except the first. But sure, guys. I totally just have a problem with the gay couples. That's my problem with the show, right? I'm totally just a homophobe, right? Like, I'm telling you, man, the amount of comments that keep saying, like, keep in mind, I scrolled through all of my comments, and the amount of bozos that have said, oh, he just hates gay people. Oh, he just wants them banned from the show. Like, did you even listen to the fucking video before you started running your mouth? Like, I have established on every now and again, I have no problem with the McBrides. They were actually done well enough at first. They got one too many episodes that feel a little pointless, but for the most part, they are genuinely respectable characters. Like, I just have a problem when they're poorly written, and the only justification is, oh, representation matters. I'm gay, you can have the pass. Thank you, Tails. Thank you. You don't have to guess why that is.
Attention.
Like, keep in mind, this clip from Family Guy, contextually, there's a reason I picked it. Like, Chris, for some reason, won an actual gay man as a prize at a carnival, as a joke. And when he asks him what he eats, he says attention. Like, when Family Guy is parroting your sexuality for being attention-starved, like, this community, this whole movement, it's definitely got a problem. But we'll get to that later. You'd think at least Margo would notice that her best friend is lonely and unhappy because it's not the first time she's felt isolated to the point of jealousy. Only this time, it's not really a problem on Lynn's end. It would have been really endearing to see Margo show some empathy and reflect the development from what happened before, even for just a moment. But nope, plot's got a plot. No, Tracy, that is not Chris holding Meg. That's just Chris holding literally a stereotypical gay guy. Or a parody of one, more or less. And honestly, yeah. I'm sorry if I glossed over it, but yeah. That one episode where Margo gets a spotlight in their soccer team and Lynn feels a little left out, to the point where Lynn gets jealous. And then later in the episode, they both lose the spotlight and they learn to appreciate. It basically humbles both of them to the point where they realize they should be looking out for one another, more or less, without any regards for ranking or status. But for some reason, throughout the entirety of Singled Out, Margo wasn't thinking, oh, wow, Lynn must be pretty lonely. You know what? I don't want her to feel like a third wheel. She's our team captain, after all. Just one line would have saved this entire episode from being problematic, more or less. Because it's not the first time she's felt isolated to the point of jealousy. Only this time, it's not really a problem on Lynn's end. It would have been really endearing to see Margo show some empathy and reflect the development from what happened before, even for just a moment. But nope, plot's got a plot. Silence of the Luanns. Oh my god. I'm gonna be real with you guys. All of Luann's episode, all of the April Fool's episodes with Luann, they feel like an insult to her character, except maybe the first one, but we'll get to it. As if painting Luann's playfulness like the habits of a heartless psychopath on more than one occasion wasn't bad enough. Like Fool's Paradise, Fool Me Twice, Silence of the Luann, they're all bad. They're all it's not necessarily an issue with the writing. It's just the fact that suddenly Luann is this unapologetic and relentless prankster to the point where it makes her come off as heartless. And I guess to the writers it's funny, but it really doesn't come off that way. Oh, also, I didn't even realize until now, it's the same two writers every time. Like, do they just get a kick out of this? Do they genuinely find this funny? Let me paint you a different picture in that regard. Here are two characters voiced by Grey DeLisle, and goddamn. Hey, speaking of actresses who got range, other than Christina V, Grey DeLisle, she is the absolute queen of the voice acting industry. I'll tell you that much. Like, she is peak voice actress. Like, goddamn. This is how you tell them apart. One of these is a callously unapologetic monster hell-bent on her objectives. Yeah, Rockin' D. It's what most people... It's more or less, I want to believe the general consensus is... People agree with what I'm saying about Sand and Luna for the most part. They just don't like my tone. And honestly, to an extent, I can see why, but at the same time, when the narrative is being so negligent of these two characters and their only excuse is representation. Oh, representation, diversity, inclusion. Like, honestly, it just feels so fake to the point where it's disingenuous, and that's why I was so angry about it, more or less. Maybe I came off as a little condescending, but I meant every word I said, more or less. More than enough sadistic prowess to pull it off. Yeah, she voices 3 of the 10 Loud Sisters. That's how much range the girl has. The other one is named Azula. Yeah. Azula's a goated villain, by the way. Yeah, it's as jarring as it sounds. Like, suddenly, Lily is the sweet, innocent baby of the family. And now, all of a sudden, mwahahaha, everyone's falling for my pranks. Haha, like, what? Like, I know you can only flesh out a 2-year-old so much, but how do you manage to, if that's the case, how do you manage to completely fumble it? In just one episode. Not even one episode. Like, 3 minutes. Like, we didn't find out Lily was the prankster until about 6 minutes in. Lily is unquestionably the adorable and wholesome baby of the family. I don't mean to exaggerate when I say she's probably the most adorable baby in all of fiction. Well, unless Kirby counts. But, like, one of the comments told me, Kirby is technically not a baby. At least not in canon. So the idea that she's capable of what she does here is painfully out of character. Also, obligatory. Not the baby! Not the baby. So much for not being a bad influence on her. Yeah. Season 2. They mistakenly believe that Lily was using a curse word that she picked up from one of her siblings. And they go through all these measures just to make sure that Lily doesn't do it in front of the principal of a preschool in hopes of getting accepted. But suddenly, 4 seasons later, or maybe 3 seasons, was it season 6 or season 5? I don't know, doesn't matter. 4 seasons later, suddenly she picked up a little too much from Luann, and Luann hardly gives a shit. Matter of fact, at the end of the episode, she was encouraging it. Oh my goodness. Ghosted. That was potty mouth, Tracy. Pay attention to the screen, my guy. Okay, guys, please, do me a favor. Most of the time when I'm talking about an episode, especially in my videos, when I'm editing, I put a frame of the title card so people actually know what I'm talking about. So the idea that she's capable of what she does here is painfully out of character. Yeah, that Amphibia clip, it... Not the baby! Like, it's so... I don't know how it managed to become a meme. It's such a simple line. How did it manage to become a meme? Also obligatory. Not the baby! So much for not being a bad influence. The one where Lily tries to get a Sunday? No, I actually thought that was really fun. That was a really fun episode. I actually felt really bad for her. I actually sympathize with a 2-year-old. With a freaking 2-year-old. That's... Sometimes this show just knows what they're doing when it comes to the emotions, but most of the time, they don't. Ghosted. If this ghost was an Essential University icon, why did it put Lori under the impression that it was haunting her? I think to most I've seen, Seluna felt genuine in the sense that their dynamic just felt like a normal, fun, and cute relationship. That's the thing, though. Some people like to sugarcoat it as fun and cute, but considering how surprisingly not one-dimensional Lori and Bobby are, or Luann and Benny are, like, I'd say the bar is a little higher than that, to say the least. Like, some would say fun and cute, but I would say generic to the point where it's just bland. Yeah, I'll give credit. At the very least, you never see Luna and Sam holding pride flags until we got to that stupid graphic novel. But, and you know what? Why am I even giving it credit when they already undermined it? You know what? Moving on. Wait, what was I saying here? If this ghost was an essential university icon, why did it put Lori under the impression that it was haunting her? Yeah. Why would you put a book? Why would you startle her? Why would you not at the very least try to introduce yourself? Why would you stack all these books in front of her as a poltergeist? Why would you... What else did he do? Why would you serve her a... Why would you poltergeist and serve her a drink? Why would you not introduce yourself to Lori? Someone who is relatively new at the university and probably doesn't know who you are. More notably, how does she not know it existed until after she warded it off? Like, seriously, this episode is just way too poorly written for me to like it. So, Abuela just happened? Yeah, Boo. I am Boo. We'll get to that soon enough. At some point. And honestly, I'm a little perplexed. But we'll get to it. A zombie killing ingredient in her horchata with no allusion to it whatsoever? Yeah, she spent the whole episode perfecting the drink, but what does that have to do? That's the thing, Rockin' D. I'm not even kidding, it surprised me as well as I was reading the graphic novel. As I was reading it, I was like, wait a minute. These stories are from... I've seen these stories before, and turns out around 70% of the stories in that graphic novel, they're just from previous iterations. Like, they were genuinely being that lazy. Like, only 2 or 3 stories from that entire graphic novel out of, like, what, 15, 20 are completely original. Like, I'm sorry, this is how you pay respect in Pride Month? Just completely rehashing stories instead of just making up original ones? Anyways, like, I don't know. It just feels, I don't know about any of my LGBT viewers, but I feel a little disrespected. Hide and sneak. I get that the Louds don't have time to visit the Casagrandes while they're in town for the sake of Mom's job, but you don't have to avoid them altogether. Yeah. Just because you're... Seriously. Just Lori tell Bobby, hey, we're in town, but our mom's a little busy with her job, so we might not get a chance to visit. That's it. And the whole episode doesn't happen. One simple phone call to Bobby saying, hey, we're here, but we might be too busy to stop by. Like, yeah, it... saved the whole plot. Fashion no-show. Could have just as easily passed off as a Casagrandes episode. Yeah, this whole episode... saved the whole plot. This whole episode was more so about Carlota than it was about Lenny. So, but keep in mind, it's not an episode of the Casagrandes. It's an episode of the Loud House. So, why not just make another season of the Casagrandes if you're still going to milk these guys out? Sergio got an episode. Carlota got an episode. I guess if we're a little stressed thin, I'll try to give them the benefit of the doubt. Could have just as easily passed off as a Casagrandes episode, so it really makes you wonder why they really canceled it. Not that we don't already have a clue. Yeah. It lasted for 3 seasons, which is a lot for a spin-off of a Nickelodeon show. But at the same time, I can see why it got canceled. Yeah, look at only 300,000 viewers in its last season. Like, yeah, it was definitely running on fumes. And not to make too many accusations, but it feels like the only reason they kept running, they tried to run the show as long as they could, was simply because, oh, diversity is our strength or whatever. Like, straight up. I do not believe for 1 second that they made the Casagrandes simply because Ronnie Ann was a genuinely interesting character. Because, ironically, I think she was. But for some reason, most of the time, Ronnie Ann was not even the lead. She was absent for a lot of episodes. And secondly, a lot of the plot lines are just borderline stereotypical Mexican traditions. Quinceañera, selling tacos, telenovelas. Like, I don't know. As a native Mexican, I just found it to be way too passive to the point where it's insulting. Cheer pressure. I'm sorry, how is this bet fair? Lynn's basketball team has to outperform the cheerleaders at cheerleading, but not the other way around? Yep. I'll give credit, though. It was nice seeing Lynn in a much more encouraging and lighthearted state of mind. Yeah. Like, honestly, how many times have we seen Lynn actually be a genuinely nice person without coming off as abrasive, more or less? There's a chance many hadn't read those previous stories, but having all those ones put together with a few ones just probably made it feel like a proper acknowledgement. Even then, it just feels lazy. It just feels lazy. Like, proper acknowledgement, I think, would be genuinely original stories, but we know how most of those works out when it comes to this show and representation, more or less. My favorite line from her was in It's a Loud, Loud, Loud House House when she said, "What? There's more to my head than just air, you know." What, you mean Lenny? Yeah, more or less. Lenny is one of the few, dare I say, stereotypical blonde dumbasses they've done in fiction. She's one of the best. Especially since it humbles her in the end, but it still made no sense. Food courting. Oh, Kevin Sullivan episode. Most of this plot wouldn't exist, but it still made no sense. Food courting. Considering the conclusion, most of this plot wouldn't exist if Lenny had just asked Gavin if he was into guys from the start. Yeah. You were straight up alone with him in that ride at Dairyland. He admits he has feelings for you, and you could have just told him, "The only reason I'm hanging out with you is because my friend has a crush on you." He turns it down gently, but for some reason she didn't tell him, "Hey, my friend has a crush on you. Are you into guys?" Like, just like that, most of the plot would disappear. You know, since she's trying to set him up with one and he fell for her instead, schooled. Oh my god, schooled. Yeah, I know a lot of people really don't like this episode, and I can't say I blame them, but there's a couple things I liked about it. Contrary to popular belief, I'm not really against the idea of a time skip this small. Also, yeah, you know what? Somebody mentioned in chat, Lenny apparently has a new boyfriend now, which I don't mind, but from what people have told me, she has good chemistry with this new love interest. But that's the thing. She was already dating Gavin. And more importantly, what the hell happened to Gavin? Are we just going to pretend he never existed? Like Scott, Lynn's dynamic with Liam, Lincoln's romantic setup with Stella? Are we really doing this all over again? Like, come the fuck on, bro. At least give me... If they give me a legitimate reason for... Okay, you know what, chat? If you guys have seen the summer camp episodes and you know what happened between Lenny and Gavin, please let me know. I don't care if I get spoiled. I just need to know the truth. Because... why do they keep doing this, man? Why? You know, since she's trying to set him up with one and he fell for her instead, schooled. Contrary to popular belief, I'm not really against the idea of a time skip this small. It's only canonically about a year. Nobody really looks or acts any differently except for... Yeah. Nobody looks any differently. Just Lily's wearing more than just a diaper, more or less. And she talks a little. And Lori's at college from here on out. Like, it's nice that they're advancing the timeline, more or less, just to make it feel like these characters actually grow, not just emotionally or narratively, but also physically. So yeah, a 1 year time skip, it's not a problem. It's just the execution that I think a lot of people hate. Maybe update Lily's appearance and the lyrics in the opening a bit. Yeah, you know what? You really didn't have to you really didn't have to change Lily's design altogether, more or less. Like, I know plenty of 2-year-olds who are still in diapers, to say the least, so they really didn't have to. And honestly, all things considered, the intro, it's aged terribly now. Like, when's the last time anyone in this household has changed a diaper, to say the least? I'll leave it at that. No more, and I quote. Yeah, diapers you can smell for miles. Since when, man? We're in season 9. This change happened in season 5. 4 seasons in, nobody has changed a diaper. Like, the theme song has not aged well. The opening hasn't aged well. Like, at least adapt to the changes you're making in their entirety, man. Like, it just feels lazy move after lazy move. With how absent Lori is past this point, the guy may as well be singing "One Boy, 9 Girls." Apparently, Lori's taking a gap year starting in season 8, but who knows how long that's gonna last. As for the episode itself, well, the first couple of minutes are great. Yeah. I actually really like the first couple of minutes. Lori saying goodbye and heading off to college. Like, the first song, like, I think it's called "Trust Me, We'll Be Fine," something like that. I thought it was really catchy. But even then, like, did we really need to take such pessimistic turns throughout the whole narrative? Lincoln didn't sign up for the right class. Lincoln's off to Canada. Like, what are we doing? Is this how we want to commemorate this progress in the timeline, more or less. Longest decent, and the ending really solidified Lincoln's bond with his friend group. I will say that. I will give credit. Amidst all the ramifications, the ending of this episode really showed to me that Lincoln and his friends really care about each other, to say the least. This principal really pisses me off, though. Kid butters you up just to ask to be transferred to another class with all of his friends. Like, seriously, all he says is, "Can I go to this classroom? Oh no, it's full, but you can go to Canada." Without even telling him if he okay. All right, I was like, what? Like, what are we doing, man? This episode straight up did not need to be a half hour long. Or was it 1 hour long? 1 hour long. Yeah, this episode did not need to be 1 hour long. We did not need that whole subplot in Canada for you to sell me on the bond and whatnot. With Lori and Bobby still together, the rest are just move on and move on. Like, come on. I mean, there is Luann and Benny, but they haven't had a dedicated episode since, like, season 7, I think. A literal shed and away from his bully. What makes you think he wants to study abroad? Take it from me. I did not enjoy waking up at 5 a.m. to go to school in a different country. Yeah. I used to go to school in the United States, more or less. Yeah, I've been in Lincoln's situation here. It's not fun. He told her himself he just wanted to transfer to another classroom, and it's easy to guess why that is. But screw it. I'm sure this. Yeah, Christian, I can see why a lot of people really don't like Schooled. Like I said, there's a couple things I like about it, but most of it is just, ugh. And this is their first ever 1 hour special. Like, it left a really, I know there's only 2 of them, but this one left a really bad first impression. Really values his education. It won't be the first time this seemingly composed principal is annoyingly out of touch with their students. Oh my god, too cool for school. Oh my god, I wish I could have talked about it, but remember guys, when I made this video about 7 months ago, I think this episode barely released, or I don't know, I just didn't have my thoughts together about it, but looking back at it, yeah, it's really bad. No Time to Spy. I know it's a little jarring to critique a whole movie here, but it's technically season 7's finale. Production slots and everything. Yeah, there's a reason season 7 was cut, has 6 episodes less than usual, and it's because they took up all of those production slots to develop No Time to Spy, which is a little bizarre, but all right. Yeah. When I heard Myrtle's voice the first time, I was like, is that Jennifer Coolidge? I was like, okay, I'm down. I can like this character. Just because I think her voice is really charming in small doses. But for some reason... Didn't really have that many appearances beforehand, and she's not even voicing her this time? Yeah. Other than that, though, most of my thoughts on this film are positive, so I'll save those for next time. Okay. And that's... all the dishonorable mentions. All that off my chest? Let's dive into the epitome of the worst. I'm not gonna lie though, guys, this music is way too dramatic. For a fucking Loud House video, this music is way too dramatic, but you know what? I think I can find a little, looking back at it, I can find a little bit of irony in it. I don't know, Tracy. We haven't seen Myrtle since No Time to Spy, and she didn't voice her there, so probably never again. I don't know. Have you ever seen such an awful episode of a series that you basically pretend that it isn't canon? Okay, for me, that's this whole listing, but still. Yeah. Like, that's the thing about this series as a whole. There's just so many episodes in total that most of them, you could pretend that they're not canon and you wouldn't miss on a single thing. Like, and I don't know. I'm not too familiar with shows that go on for too long with an overarching narrative, more or less. But at the same time, it's a little disheartening. Tracy, I forgot her name. You can just look up the cast in No Time to Spy. You'll find her soon enough. You know what? I'll look up for you. No Time to Spy cast. Alejandra Casares. Yeah, I don't know a lot about this actress. You've all been curious. I laid out some hints. It's by far the most hated and absolute worst of the... Why am I building this up? We know it's no such luck. Yeah. Like, even though I put the mosaic over the title card, I think you guys know what... I think anyone watching could easily guess, oh, it's No Such Luck. I kind of already gave it away earlier. And I did kind of tease it. I think at number 5. This episode really just has everything that's horrible about the episodes I already listed, and pretty much encapsulates everything wrong with this franchise. I don't really know where to start after summarizing. It's that bad. Just a heads up though, I might get uncomfortably angry here, but I'll still strive to be impartial as usual. First, let's acknowledge the only good that came out of it. Another perfectly adorable Lily moment. Yep. Most of the time, they never go wrong with Lily. Most of the time. Aww. All the bad stuff that is so awful, it actually sparked a ton of... Yeah, that's what really got to me, man. Like, the episode is so bad that everyone and their grandmothers just started writing fan fiction about how it didn't happen or changing the ending, stuff along those lines. And keep in mind, I'm of the opinion that most of the time, 99% of the time, I would say, fan fiction is fucking cringe, bro. Like, just accept things the way they are. If they're badly written, then suck it up. But at the same time, like, you really don't have to go through these extreme measures. Maybe they're a coping mechanism, but at the same time, they do make you look a little silly, to say the least. Fan fiction against it. Even worse, it got someone who usually disregards the mere prospect like me to agree with it. I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, this episode is dog shit, by all means. Get it out of your system, please. The episode goes off how you would expect out of its initial premise. Having 10 sisters means non-stop supportive attendance from Lincoln for their activities. Like, honestly, at least the premise of the episode is a little organic, just in the sense that, yeah, 10 sisters, they all have some sort of unique talent. Yeah, Lincoln has to show up for all of it, more or less. And when he tries to take a break from it all, just for maybe one day, he gets threatened with a bat by Lynn. Yeah. Threatening him with a bat just because he doesn't want to go to your softball games. Like, the show tries to downplay it so easily by making it go quickly. Like, literally right after this frame, you cut to Lincoln at the baseball game. Like, just because you downplayed it by glossing over it, it doesn't make it any more abhorrent. Like, if I pulled up a bat on, like, my little brother or whatnot, like, yeah, my mom would have pulled up the belt. My mom would have pulled the belt on my ass, literally. Like, that is fucked. That is so fucked up.
What the hell is wrong with you?
This clip of Homer Simpson, man. God, if I had to have a least favorite loud sister, it'd probably be her. Yeah, even to this day. Would I say Lynn is my least favorite loud sister? Probably. Right off the bat. I swear, guys. I wrote that impulsively. As I was writing the script, I wrote that without even thinking about the pun. I just wrote right off the bat just to get my point across. I was not thinking about the fact that she used a literal bat. This pun was completely unintended, and when I'm trying to emphasize how awful this episode is, like, I don't know, just that stupid pun, it kind of, it feels like it's downplaying what I'm trying to say a little, so that's why... It was just way too funny for me to pass it up, but at the same time, it was just really awkward timing. Right from the get-go, this episode already has some really messed up connotations. Yeah, you heard that right. She threatens him with a bat for not wanting to go to her softball game. And when she happens to lose the one time he's present... I will say this, though, even though this music choice is really melodramatic, Kingdom Hearts 2's soundtrack in general, especially this song, absolute gas. Fire. I love it. Seriously, guys, play Kingdom Hearts. If you have any reason to play Kingdom Hearts, it's for the soundtrack. That's really what won me over. This game is from 2006, and the soundtrack is what won me over. I was very young at the time. She's convinced he's bad luck and tries to ostracize him from the rest of the family. Lincoln takes advantage of the... Like, seriously? Girl, I get it if you think it's dumb luck. I get it if you think that it's bad luck that him showing up to your game cost you the win. But doing it to everyone, but trying to convince everyone else? Like, that is just dickish. And that kind of, even for a superstition, that just makes no sense. Oh, he'll ruin your fashion show just by being there. Oh, he'll ruin your pageant just by being there. Like, bro. Even, like I said, even for a superstition, that just makes no fucking sense. Just to get a break, and he even goes along with Lynn's superstitious cruelty. But, of course, Lincoln, like, I don't blame him for having the initial mentality he did. Like, oh, you know what? This might be my chance to get the break I was hoping for. So yeah, he went along with it. Yeah, that makes sense. Perfectly in character. I will always have a place in my heart for Kingdom Hearts. Hey, my man Boot. Based. Gotta leave for a bit, but if I ever get to responding my other comment, hopefully I'll actually be there on time this time. Sure, Rockin' D. I'll try, but we'll see. Pretty sure it's more or less what you said on stream, and don't think I didn't get a chance to read it, more or less. I did try to skim it, but I'll try to get to it. Just try to remind me. But it gets really bad though when she succeeds at convincing the entire family. Technically, Lincoln convinced some of them too, but narratively, it makes no difference. Yeah, he convinced Luann of not going to her stand-up. He convinced Lola for not going to her pageant, but more or less, Lynn was the instigator. So yeah, in the narrative, it makes no difference. He still doesn't deserve any of what's coming. Wait, Shooter, it was 2005? Oh my gosh. I'm getting too old, man. Yeah, even the ones that are too smart to be this gullible get convinced way too easily. Yeah, it's so dumb. Lori straight up like, hey, we're family. We support each other. I don't care if you're bad luck. You're coming. You're coming. And Lisa's like, there's no such thing as luck. It's a load of bullshit. But then, suddenly Lincoln just grabs Lori's golf bag and pretends to be all clumsy, and they suddenly decide, wow, you really are bad luck. Go away. Like, what? Okay, just to recap so far. Stereotyping and character derailment? Check. Yeah. Mean-spirited writing? Check. Forced elements that the narrative would fall apart without? Check. Yeah. Honestly, it just all feels so forced. Everyone breaking character for shallow or stupid reasons? Check. Yeah. No respect for the characters, no respect for the continuity, no respect for any semblance of a cohesive narrative. Like, everything wrong with this episode, you're gonna find it spread throughout every episode on this ranking. Halfway through the episode, and we already got everything wrong with the previous entries, one of which is twice as long, and all that is taken to a whole new extreme. Even with his initial dishonesty, Link... Yeah, just because he lied. Does the narrative genuinely believe that just because he was more or less he would lied about what he was doing? Does the narrative genuinely, do these writers and the narrative genuinely believe he deserved to be locked out of his own house and treated like some sort of literal animal? Like, do they realize how messed up that sounds? Like, how did this not occur to them for a single moment throughout the writing and development process? Also, Frost Shooter, welcome to the stream. Yeah, they won't even let him eat in the dining room. Yeah, for some reason she was. I don't know what she's doing to her hair here, but it doesn't last. Don't worry about it, Tracy. Don't worry about it. He can't go to the beach for a celebration because apparently he's cursed with bad luck or something. Like, does this family? How do they not already? How does the family not already have a grasp on how superstitious Lynn is, to the point where they realize, okay, this is a load of bullshit. Come on in, Lincoln. Like, everyone and their grandmothers apparently in this universe is familiar enough with Lynn Loud Jr.'s superstitions. Like, are we seriously about to take them seriously in this capacity? Let alone this extreme? Like, nobody, I have no reason to think that it be in character for anyone to take these superstitions seriously. Maybe for Lenny, because we know how naive she is, but they straight up emphasize that Lori and Lisa wouldn't buy into this shit, but for some reason that's completely undermined. Trying to teach him a lesson about flaking, maybe I could understand if that didn't last. It'd be perfectly in character for them to let it play out for a bit. Yeah. If they caught on to his dishonesty and they were like, okay, if you're gonna lie to us about it, then, well, okay, let's let this play out for a bit. You can't eat at the kitchen table. You can't go to anything. To the point, but for some reason, we did not get that impression from Lynn Sr. and Rita in any capacity. Like, let it play out for a bit, and that's that. To see if he actually learns to regret it. But kicking him out, making him sleep outside, not even on the couch, barring his room and making him sleep outside. Like, that is so fucked up when you consider the fact that he's an 11-year-old boy. I don't give a damn that he's fictional. That is straight up child abuse. But that implication is not made whatsoever. In fact, Rita and Lynn Sr. are straight up buying into the callous paranoia. As if all that wasn't bad enough? Yeah, straight up. his parents are straight up like, wow, he is bad luck. Get away from us. Go away. You can't be with us. Like, how? Why? They board up his room and force him to sleep and eat breakfast in the backyard. Yeah, not even on the couch. He has to sleep in the doghouse with a dog, and for some reason, the dog hates him too. Like, why? How? I have so many questions with really stupid answers. Wait. Was that my first F-bomb in the entire video? I want to say no, but don't quote me on it. Like, that just goes to show that this episode is definitely the worst. When it straight up gets me to start swearing. Even the couch out of the question somehow? This is by definition. Yeah, with how nosy Mr. Grouse is, he should have called CPS himself. He's always looking out the window whenever the Louds are making noise. He should have been like, "Hey, Loud, what are you doing in the backyard?" And realistically, this episode should have gone horribly wrong in so many ways. In so many different ways. There is only so far you can suspend your disbelief in for this series. Yeah. Ironically, even though I made such a big fuss about Luna and Sam's relationship, it feels kind of tame. In some capacities, it feels tame to a lot of the shit the show has offered me, has thrown at me. Disagree on the creation of fanfic. The Dragon Ball one is thriving thanks to it. Their AUs are awesome and sexy. I don't know why that's your go-to adjective, Aura, but hey, more power to you. But personally, most of the time, I'm probably gonna disregard fanfiction in general. Like, I don't know, there's a reason it has such a stigma behind it, and yeah, I'm kind of with it. Like, yeah, Lynn was more or less basically abusing children while she was babysitting, but at the very least, she can plead. If she had to plead against the courts or whatever, at the very least, she can be more or less charged as a minor. I don't know. Am I using the legal terms properly? Like, yeah, she's a minor. There's reason to believe that she's really that naive. But here, this is just. Straight up, the parents and maybe some of the older sisters should have gone to jail for this. According to interviews, it's even more aggravatingly sad that Lucy wanted to stick up for him, but she was too afraid to stand up. Yeah, and apparently, according to a Q&A with Chris Savino, apparently, I don't think it's well implied in the episode, but I can believe it. Apparently, Lucy wanted to stick up for him, but she was too afraid to stand up to the rest of the family. And you know what? I looked into the transcript of the episode, and yeah, when the whole conflict of the episode starts, Lucy straight up has no speaking lines throughout the whole episode. So yeah, it can in some capacity it can check out, but it could have been a little more layered, to say the least. Maybe it's because we're still in the time where even the official channels are missing the mark, like the MCU. Yeah, MCU's What If is just, just meh. No, not just meh. Yeah. Never mind the fact that they're ostracizing Lincoln and basically abusing him. If Lucy has stood up for herself, am I willing to believe that they would have been just as dismissive towards her? Because, yeah, it just makes the rest of the Loud sisters look even worse than what they already are here. Being afraid to speak up against your siblings is so relatable. Yeah, especially for Lucy. Because she's had a whole episode where she's felt like her whole family has walked all over him. I don't know if that aired before before No Such Luck, but yeah, it makes sense. Sometimes she's so creepy and reserved that I forget the fact. And we know she's a goth. We know how reserved she is, more or less. We know she doesn't talk much unless the episode is about her. Like, considering how soft-spoken she is and serene, more or less, yeah, it makes sense. Oh yeah, it's a good. An 11-year-old boy. For a moment, I thought I was talking about while I was recording these lines, like, I don't know, all that talk about Lucy, it just felt a little too tame for the episode that I'm talking about here. So I definitely have to change up the tone. Boy literally has to beg to be let inside his own house. Even when I put all the legal issues aside. shoves him out of the door after he begs to be let in the house. Even for someone as pompous as her, this was just too much. Yeah. You know how I said some of the sisters remind me of other characters I despise, but I managed to move past that? Yeah. Honestly, guys, initially with the Loud House, these characters were so tropey and borderline stereotypical to the point where I was like, why do people like these characters again? Like, I don't know. They just give me a lot of bad memories of characters I've grown to dislike throughout the years. Sheldon Cooper, the annoying Orange, Angelica Pickles. I kept an open mind and it paid off, but you know what? I'll just let the video speak for itself in this regard. Part of that is owed to the amazing character development, especially Lola's. The sassy pageant star that knows well enough what it's like to be distressingly isolated from the family. Yeah. She straight up, with how much of a blabbermouth / tattletale she is, they kept her out of the family secrets club. Yeah, she knows full well what it's like when it's more or less a 10-on-1. You'd think she would sympathize with Lincoln in some capacity here, but for some reason it didn't occur to these writers. It didn't. Have I ever watched Young Sheldon? No, actually, I've seen a couple clips, but I don't think I've ever seen an entire episode. If anything, the sisters one by one helping him in secret from the others would have worked to sweeten them to the audience. Yeah, there is so many better ways you could have gone at this. Somehow there's no real sympathy for Lincoln here? Yeah. And honestly, Lola would have been, after Lucy, Lola would have been the perfect start in that process of just letting every sister realize that, okay, we are being way too mean to him. Yeah, the boy that coaches you in your successful pageant career, hugs you when you're scared, and forfeits a contest to help you with your embarrassing illiteracy? Honestly, Lola and Lincoln's dynamic in the first couple seasons, they are peak big brother, little sister dynamics. Like, honestly, it was one of the best things early on in the show, because I actually really like their bond, especially in Read Aloud. But for some reason, that didn't mean anything to Lola in this particular episode. Nah, screw him. He's cursed beyond salvation because the girl notorious for her empty superstitions said so. And like I said, we all know how fucking superstitious, they should know at this point how fucking superstitious Lynn Loud Jr. is. So why the hell are we listening to her? Why the hell are we going along with this whole mess that she started? It's honestly amazing how they made a perfect balance of bratty but sympathetic, only for most of it to be undone. Yeah, even with Angelica being 3 years old, I just couldn't get behind the character most of the time. She is, even for a 3-year-old, she is just way too much of an asshole for really most people's liking. I think that, yeah, most people in general, I like to believe that they don't like Angelica Pickles, and I don't blame them. Like, there's a fine line between bratty and asshole, and Angelica's just a straight up asshole, even for a 3-year-old. Episode should have ended with Lincoln pulling a W, using reverse psychology on her, convincing the competitive one that setting all her games on hard mode thanks to bad luck is the ultimate sport. I'm gonna be honest, Dora. No offense to these writers, but it doesn't feel like, just judging from all of the work I've seen from them, it doesn't feel like they're smart enough to pull something like that off, if I'm being honest. Or maybe this episode is too simplistic for such a nuanced storyline, for such a nuanced twist, to say the least. That's how awful this episode is. Do these writers have any idea how horrible it is to consistently and simultaneously be disregarded, abused, and threatened by your own family for self-righteously cruel and obnoxious reasons? For context, more or less, I used to live in a household with an abusive alcoholic. That's all I'm going to say in that regard. I just don't want people to be confused as to what I'm talking about. That's really the context for that particular moment. And it doesn't stop there. Lincoln proves that he isn't bad luck by disguising himself as a mascot at Lynn's next match, resulting in everyone apologizing to him. Okay, I gotta say it myself this time. Bullshit. No way in hell even he would forgive them that easily. Yeah. He showed up at the game wearing a squirrel costume, proving he's not bad luck, and suddenly everyone's like, oh, I'm sorry. What are you apologizing for exactly? The fact that you left him to sleep outside? The fact that you made him sleep outside? The fact that you treated him like some sort of
bad luck charm, like a freaking token. Like, it is so, like, this is all you're gonna say about that?
Especially considering what happens next. To start,
We sold all your furniture. Wait, what?
And technically, they didn't even stop. They're still as superstitious as ever for some reason.
and he gets to go to the beach after all, but he has to wear that squirrel suit and the episode ends.
At the beach, on a sunny day, wearing a fursuit. I don't know if you guys have ever been in one, but those things, they get really sweaty, they get really itchy, it's really easy to provoke a rash. Like, realistically, just one little dosage of realism. And this episode is so fucked up. And also selling his furniture, which I'm assuming it was a joke, but is it? We never do get to see it. Yeah, even with Lincoln, even with how kind-hearted he is, more or less, every now and again, no, not even he would forgive them that easily. No rational person would. After being pushed to that kind of limit, I would expect him to lash out, more or less. I know he's 11 years old, but he seems like the kid smart enough to call the police in this kind of circumstance. Also, this clip from Fire Emblem Three Houses, it just felt way too appropriate.
That squirrel suit and the episode ends.
Is this some kind of twisted joke?
Like, dead ass. Did they think this was funny? Like, I'm really not laughing. I can't find a single person who legitimately found this episode to be funny in any capacity.
I usually don't take some conclusive consequences in cartoons like these seriously, usually because it's funny. But here, I'm really
Yeah. Like, stuff like... Y'all know that episode of the pie bomb in SpongeBob? Where Squidward, like... The episode ends with SpongeBob accidentally sending the bomb off and blowing up the whole town. Like, in those kind of circumstances, yeah, I can tell I'm not supposed to take it seriously, because it's actually really funny. especially with the little graphic that they show. Like, the photo, the actual bomb going off. Like, honestly, that is such a funny visual for a show like this. But here?
grounded enough in realism for me to not take this lightly, and this whole episode is too poorly written for me to even consider it.
Yeah.
Buddy, do you know how uncomfortable and hazardous fursuits are in hot weather?
Is it one of the beaches in the Great Lakes? Because I don't see the dock. I don't see... Even then, I think my point still stands. It is way too hot for him to be wearing that.
As if Lynn Sr. and Rita didn't have enough.
Yeah, this episode... Yeah, a lot of the time, I can see why people say Lynn Sr. and Rita are terrible parents. And here, this is the prime example. Here is where it definitely checks out. Because here in Brawl in the Family and a couple other episodes, these are these episodes where I'm like, wow, you guys are terrible parents. Which is a shame because most of the time, they more or less seem competent, especially Rita. Lynn, I kind of hate the fact that he's painted off as a scaredy cat dumbass every now and again. But Rita, she seems definitely functional as a mother.
And I say this without exaggerating. Child abuse accusation.
They couldn't even have them say it out loud. What did they realize? Oh, maybe we did go nuts when it's... Yeah.
Making him do this just adds to the charges.
Yeah. Technically, making him wear the suit in hot weather, that's technically child abuse. Because the parents are just going along with it.
Seriously, who signed off on this episode?
I'm no legal expert, but that's child abuse, child endangerment, child abandonment. Like, you got at least 3 felony charges on your ass. So what are we doing, man?
Not to be too realistic, but I'm not kidding when I say Lincoln could legally call the police, his parents would be tried and convicted.
Yeah, the good ending.
It wouldn't be the first time his mom goes to jail. His older sisters would
And jail does exist in this universe, so yeah, they should have been arrested.
go to juvie, especially Lynn. He and his younger ones would fall into foster care, and just like that, the iconic family we know and love would be tragically and completely dismantled.
Like, imagine, okay. This kind of hypothetical scenario, probably never going to happen in a show like this one. But imagine if Lynn Sr. and Rita got arrested for something along these lines. Like, what would happen to their family of 10, 11 kids? The younger ones fall into foster care, some of the older ones. Lori is 18, so legally, nowadays, she would take full custody, presumably take full custody of all 10 kids. And who knows how that would play out. But before when she was 17, how would that have played out? Where did you find the good ending? I'm pretty sure I credited the artist. Hold on. Pretty sure I credited the artist, and the link is in the description. Yeah, Julex93. I think he has a DeviantArt account and a Twitter. Or they. I don't know if it's a guy. But yeah.
It wouldn't be the first time his mom goes to jail. His older sisters would go to juvie, especially Lynn. He and his younger ones would fall into foster care, and just like that, the iconic family we know and love would be tragically and completely dismantled. I have to ask, would the abuse have stopped at any point if Lincoln...
I will say this though, guys. I got a couple comments in the video saying, yo, is this music from this game? Is this music from that game? Guys. Okay, you can't see it here because the video was paused, but all of the music I use in the video, usually you can see a caption explaining where it's from as soon as you hear the music start. As soon as the music starts. So please don't go in the comments saying, oh, is this music from this music from that? If you want to say, hey, nice music choice or something like that, like, I don't know, guys. I just want to make things easier for everyone, and that's all I'm saying.
Trick question. It didn't anyways. We just carry on with the next episode like nothing happened.
Yeah. Next episode, nothing happened. He was never bad luck. He doesn't have to keep wearing that squirrel suit. Like, that's the thing when you have so many episodes in a whole series. That's what happens when a TV series goes on for too long. Like, you introduce so many new premises, new ideas, maybe new characters to the point where the past, it just feels irrelevant, and that just completely undermines the continuity.
This episode destroys the very fundamentals of this entire franchise in a much crueler way that even one of the boys couldn't. While that episode was at least just a literal nightmare, here, there are no holds barred with its mischaracterizations, its negligence, its cruelty, and its disregard for everything that brought the show to glory.
Yep. Bare minimum. Even with all the shenanigans that are going on, even with when Lincoln gets screwed over or one of his sisters does or vice versa, whatever, all you got to do is show that this family genuinely and organically loves each other and cares about each other. It's all you got to do, and it's all you got to do in the narrative, in the writing, and maybe then this show would have preserved some semblance of respect.
One boy, 10 girls, wouldn't trade it for the world.
Like, honestly, it feels like this show, these writers, these showrunners, they just take the ideas for granted. Like, they just play the theme song for the hell of it. They don't actually listen to the lyrics. One boy, 10 girls, wouldn't trade it for the world. Just show the love, man. Just keep the spirit of love intact. I know that sounds corny as hell, but hopefully you understand what I mean.
No exceptions. The one principle, the one constant that should be the bare minimum with this series is outright betrayal. As much as this episode reminds me of my own traumatic experiences, and even if I don't hold that
Like I said, abusive alcoholic.
conviction with some of my own family, somehow and some
And fuck him. He can die. The guy in question, let me put it this way, he can die alone for all I care.
way, I refuse to believe that this is what the Louds could ever be capable of in the hands of any decent writers. In the same way, I refuse to believe that they're all liars, thoughtless cowards, and toxic girlfriends too self-centered to grow as people.
Notice anything about 2 of those 3 episodes? Never mind.
Aspect of a whole family,
Never mind.
Especially one this big, being ripped apart, while such a simple but essential conviction is destroyed, especially out of the mindless volition of this god-awful writing. It should all be unfathomable, yet here we are with this abomination of an episode.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I felt like I was being a little too melodramatic here, but did I say anything that wasn't true?
In the grand scheme of things, I have to make an obvious but important observation that everyone should grasp. This is fiction. It can only go so far with matching reality and relating to the real people in its audiences. And putting technical issues aside, it'll only ever be as good as the thinking of the people behind the keyboards. With that being said, what exactly?
Like, yeah, Frost Shooter, I think you're kind of onto something. Fundamentally, this show more or less did feel broken from the start. Because let's be real, guys. This series in particular, it's not anything amazing. It's not like, oh my gosh, top 5 cartoons. Even with the first couple seasons, which are decent, it's by no means is it like, oh my gosh, top 5 cartoons of all time. On par with the first 3 seasons of SpongeBob. On par with Gravity Falls. On par with Avatar. Like, it's legitimately, it's not really anything outstanding by any means. It got popular, but that doesn't change the fact that it doesn't make it anything revolutionary by any means. Not to mention, Chris Savino's allegations, his sexual harassment allegations and whatnot, apparently they were going on long before he pitched or started working on the Loud House. So yeah, more or less, this franchise was doomed from the start.
Is this franchise aimed at?
I find it genuinely fascinating, and there's a reason I've made almost 3 hours worth of content about the series. But more or less, I feel like I'm more or less driven rather by curiosity rather than actual passion for the show itself, and that's honestly so sad. Yeah, it was overhyped. That's a nice way. That's a good way of summarizing it.
Kids teaching them in its worst moments.
I guess the reason it was overhyped in the first place was because people were thinking, "Oh wow, finally we have a Nickelodeon show that's actually successful that isn't SpongeBob."
You can't possibly be yourself if it's for romance. Don't learn anything about your friends unless you start dating them.
Honestly, looking back at it, maybe Racing Hearts should have been number 8 on this list instead of Ellis for Love, because like I said, Ellis for Love, it's mostly decent. A couple inconsistencies with Luna, but Racing Hearts is where things really start to go wrong when you consider everything.
It's okay to be abusive as long as you're trying to prove something. Keep lying even when you don't have to. Don't stand up for yourself because you'll make things worse.
Oh my god, Brawl in the Family. You know, maybe Brawl in the Family should have been number 3, but I don't know.
Your bad habits make you who you are as long as you never break them. You're always better off with girls than with boys.
Okay, that is just straight up. Yeah, this episode is straight up sexist, guys.
Child abuse is okay under certain circumstances. When the ideas are bad enough, you can see how it all should have fallen apart.
Yeah.
A beloved and loving family of 13 otherwise perfectly endearing characters who have connected with so many people throughout the past 9 years.
Yeah. Amidst the mediocrity of the show as a whole, like at the very least, every Loud sister in some capacity has borne some semblance of genuine individuality to the point where they feel like a real person.
Completely.
More or less. There are a few exceptions, like Lynn definitely struggles in that department, but these characters for the most part, they're humanized. Know what I mean?
And heartbreakingly undone. Most people have really lost all respect and or adoration for this franchise, and I can see why.
Yeah.
The lack of genuine engagement from its own community I mentioned really reflects that.
Like, seriously. Look up the Loud House on Twitter and tell me what's the first thing you see. I'm willing to bet that most of the posts there are not talking about the most recent episodes and whatnot. Or at the very least, that seemed to be the case before the summer camp arc. Like, at the very least, I've seen a couple people talk about it, but before that, there was really nothing. No one cared about the Europe road trip. No one cared about most of Season 8. And its subreddit has nothing, at least when you compare it to other popular shows like Gravity Falls and Steven Universe, to say the least. Like, this show, it just feels like a big ball of nothing. A big ball of nothing that just panders to toddlers and whatnot.
Its worst episodes are egregious. Most of its episodes in general are a heaping pile of mediocrity. And a lot of good ones are a relatively distant memory.
Yep. There's a reason most of the episodes in my best ones listing are from the early seasons. And what does that tell you?
It's like this cartoon nowadays bears no real substance, so the fandom just hinges on its own imagination.
Yeah. This show, it feels like a big ball of nothing. And if that's the case, well, then no wonder the fandom is doing whatever they want with it. No wonder it has so much. Can I say it without getting demonetized? No wonder there's so much Rule 34 artwork of this series. Almost twice as much as the freaking Simpsons. And that show has been around since the 80s. Like, what does that tell you? For better or worse. It's the internet of all places. You don't have to guess where that leads sometimes. If you're involved in mainstream animation in any way, what's the first thing that comes to mind when you think of the Loud House? Yeah. The degeneracy and soullessness. Like, if you're involved in the industry, like if you're working in Burbank or whatever as a writer, producer, and you think about this popular show from Nickelodeon, what do you think about? Is there anything to think about that isn't just inappropriate or disgusting? Behind most of its fan art, the bastard that created it, and then there's this. Presumably deserves to be jailed. And apparently he did not get jailed. He paid a fine, and of course he was fired, but is that really enough? Almost a decade's worth of abuse, and this is what the judge decided on? Like, yikes, man. The declining quality and mediocrity that has more or less left it in obscurity? For me, it's all that. But as far as the show itself is directly concerned, I've noticed a couple things. Some people say that the series went downhill ever since Savino got fired, and it might seem that way, but as far as the quality since his dismissal is concerned, I'd have to partially disagree. I'm not trying to pass my rankings as definitive, more or less, but he was involved. Yeah. Even when Savino was at the helm, there's definitely one too many terrible episodes for me to believe that him getting fired is the only reason this show fell apart. Because look at this. No Such Luck, One of the Boys, Brawl in the Family, Ellis for Love. Technically, okay, I might be pushing it a little with Ellis for Love, but I don't want to go into more detail. I don't want to go into that detail all over again. But yeah, there's plenty of awful episodes that he directed, wrote, or wrote for partially, or was heavily involved in, to the point where I don't think it was just him. That's the problem. Half the episodes on this list, including the top 2. So I don't think it can be that simple. With all this knowledge, like, honestly, there's no telling what's actually going on behind the scenes to actually be able to pinpoint the problem. It's not like I have a key to Nickelodeon's animation studios and whatnot in LA and whatnot. I really don't. Like, all I can do is give my best conjecture. Being uninvolved with this franchise for most of its runtime almost felt like a blessing to me. Yeah. I knew little to nothing about the Loud House until 2023. Like, late 2023, I want to say. So honestly, the fact that I was completely uninvolved with this show, it just feels like I dodged a bullet, and then I just went ahead and shoved the bullet into my chest anyway. Grabbed the bullet and shoved it into my chest. Like, sometimes it feels like getting involved with this fandom was a mistake. In some capacity. I don't regret the viewers, the following I've built, and especially the chatters and whatnot. There's a handful of good stuff came out of it, but sometimes this fandom is just, especially with the comments I've gotten this past couple of weeks, ever since I uploaded my latest video, some of these comments, it really makes me have second thoughts, to say the least. Despite my agreement with most of the general consensus, and despite the fact that I've been mostly an outsider with this franchise, I don't want to give up on it. Maybe it's my sense of observance, or my newfound love for most of its characters, but I think there are means to strive for a lot of the good it once had, and sometimes still does. For that to make any real sense, though, I gotta finish my next video. For now, I'll just give away the title. It took me 3 months to finish that whole video. Well, not 3 months. Not exactly 3 months. It was... When did I upload this? Late January, I think? Let's see, hold on. 6 months ago. That was in January 26, 2025. And the next video dropped, I think it was early April? Speaking of which, we're about to get right to it. But damn. What a journey, guys. Thank you guys for sticking around for my reactions to that for the entire video. Seriously, there is 14 of you guys in chat. Thank you so much for sticking around. Seriously, an hour and a half's worth of reactions. done, accomplished in only 3 streams. Like, thank you guys for sticking around. But for now, it's time to move on. Like, I pretty much made my thoughts clear. Hopefully cleared out any misconceptions people might have. And hopefully that's enough to soothe out any controversies that I might have provoked, more or less. But alright. Here we are with the absolute best of the Loud House. I should probably close this tab, by the way. But first, you know what, guys? I'm gonna go get some water and take a break. I'll be right back. And for those, oh, by the way, for those curious, VODs are saved on my channel in case y'all missed out on anything. I'll be right back, though. Wait. Were you guys just looking at my Twitter right now? Seriously, I was just drinking some water and scrolling through Twitter. Oh my god, why does the tab pop up when I open it? That's the whole point of the... Okay, whatever. I got nothing to hide, more or less. Wait a minute, let me look back at the VOD. Okay, apparently the tab was overlapping. Okay, y'all didn't see it. Okay, thank goodness. Anyways. Alright, break's over. I got my water. I took a breather, so let's get right into it, shall we? Want to see me talk about the Loud House for over an hour? And yes, the videos did have a different thumbnail at the time I uploaded them, but then I realized, nah, it's not clickbait. It's not clickbaity enough. Even with Sam in the thumbnail, it's not clickbaity enough. You want to see me do it again? Sometimes I'm impressed with my own sense of humor. Because seriously, I am genuinely baffled. I am genuinely baffled that I managed to talk about this cartoon that, like I said, not necessarily my favorite by any means. Definitely not one of the best cartoons I've ever seen. Not even close. And yet here I am, rambling on about it for almost an hour and a half on more than one occasion. Like, that is genuinely baffling. Like, is this show just really driving my intellectual curiosity that significant, that drastically? Or is there something else to it? Like, I don't know what it is. I'm gonna be real with you guys. Considering the heavy-handed subjects I tackled here and there last time, I was genuinely dreading some negative reception to the last video. Also, I will say one thing. For some reason, I don't know if it's the YouTube algorithms or if people are just attracted more to negativity and controversies, but this video has about only half of the views of the worst episodes video, and even less than that compared to my most recent one of the current state. Which really goes to show that maybe people are just attracted to negativity, which is honestly kind of sad, but hey, does a show like this really deserve any better? You know what? We're going to put that all aside for now, just for the sake of the spirit of this video, because let's be real, guys. How many videos are there out there on the internet that are like, oh, the Loud House sucks. Oh, the Loud House has a decline in quality. Like, I just wanted to be optimistic about it for a change. Of course, I was negative about it at first just to get people's attention, but
thank you guys for keeping it
at the same time, you got to build your platform somehow, and so far I'm more or less successful at it. So thank you guys.
Especially with how long it takes to make these videos. Keep in mind, guys, I work 10 hours every weekday, so essentially
I still do, actually.
I only get to work on these videos over weekends and on my days off.
So if y'all are wondering why my videos take like months to upload, weeks, months, if you're wondering why it takes so long to upload, that's probably why. Because I'm not allowed to bring my laptop to work. I'm not allowed to pull out my editing software at work. So all the recordings, I'm allowed to write the scripts. I'm allowed to pull out Word documents to work on scripts, but that's about it.
And since I write and edit everything, it is very time consuming. All I know is that if last video hadn't been received as I had hoped,
Yeah, if you want to build a following while talking about the Loud House, yeah, you pretty much got to be negative about it. That's the harsh reality of it.
I'd be really disheartened to make the next one after all that time and effort.
And yeah, initially when I made the worst episodes video, like for several months, it didn't even have like 1,000 views, man. Like yeah, it was more or less obscure, but it eventually rose. Fortunately.
I sincerely encourage you guys to like and subscribe. Please and thank you.
Ironically, this video, initially, it performed better than the worst episodes one. But then for some reason, the worst episodes one just started gaining more traction. Like, I don't get these algorithms, man. I really don't. If you watch the whole video, then you will understand why I wrote Ad astra per aspera at the beginning. Just a little bit of poetry. Also, I don't know who green screened these Paper Mario curtains, but thank you for making for letting my production value go up a little bit, to say the least.
Well, guys, after tackling the worst of this franchise with minimal regrets, I think it's time for a well-deserved palate cleanser as far as all that's concerned. Don't misunderstand, though. By no means am I making this list because I feel like I have to even things out. All the criticisms I gave in my previous video are amounting to what I have to say in this one, and I genuinely believe there is so much good in the Loud House that isn't talked about enough on the internet. Probably because it's heavily overshadowed by all the bad episodes, and don't even get me started on the fandom again.
Yeah. It's a little difficult to talk positively about the show, more or less, to the point where it kind of feels like the kind of opinions I present in this episode, it feels like they're not respected because the show itself lacks a lot of respect. Know what I mean?
But that's all the more reason to shed some light on what's actually great about it. This series has gotten so popular over the past near decade, and to some capacity, I genuinely believe there's a lot more to it than just the novelty, tokenisms, and controversies that cause so many of its problems.
That quick edit with the middle finger. Okay, I'm a little proud of that, I'm not gonna lie, because Chris Savino, yeah, I do not trust his attempts at redemption. Apparently nowadays he's like a born-again Christian, he's trying to get back into the industry. No. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it for 1 second.
Problems. 10 girls that seem like they would be as generic as the tropes they represent have managed to hold so much individuality and charm in their own ways.
Yeah.
Some more than others, but it's all there. Couple that with the white-haired boy born at the literal center of that, his friends, and a town full of normal people and misfits alike, and you have a family that can win your heart over in one way or another.
I guess that's more or less what it did. I guess it did win me over in some capacity, but I'm not gonna lie, guys. It feels like that passion has definitely died out as time went on. Just because, like I've said time and again, one, this show feels doomed from the start, and two, we're 9 seasons in, and it feels like it's never gonna end.
I would go into more details in that regard, but ironically, I already discussed most of that previously. This kid and his family have shown us so many great things that I think aren't emphasized or even mentioned enough in its community, and arguably even animation as a culture. Its unique energetic pacing, its style, and more notably to a former outsider of this franchise like me, its characters, their growth, its messaging. Okay, not all of that last one. I made that clear enough here.
Yeah. Straight up. Like, say what you will about the fandom and whatnot, but don't pretend that can we just not pretend that there are no noteworthy qualities in the show that we really haven't seen anywhere else? I mean, credit where credit is due. That's all I'm saying.
And just everything at the heart of it that has turned it into one of Nickelodeon's load bearers, for better or worse.
Yeah. I can't give it too much credit because look what Nickelodeon does to it. Virtually 90% of its feed, at least here in Mexico, is just SpongeBob, Loud House. Occasionally, I don't know, Henry Danger, hot dog, taco, hamburger. Hot dog, taco, hamburger. You only got 3 things on this menu, bud.
But today, we're here for the better of it. While my last approximation resulted in 8 awful episodes.
Technically 9, yeah. Like I said, guys, most of Ellis for Love doesn't bother me, but Racing Hearts definitely bothers me in its entirety. Just because they try to pass off to Sam, they try to pass off Sam as a established close friend of Luna, but for some reason they don't know anything about each other on their first date, and somehow everything's okay. Somehow everything is hunky dory by the end. Like none of it just made any sense. But I'm tired of repeating myself.
This time, I wound up with 11 absolute gems. Just like before, if an episode went unmentioned in this video, I'd probably consider it mediocre or forgettable at best. Maybe it missed the mark by just a bit, or it might ironically be on the worst episodes listing. Remember guys, this show has been going for almost 8 seasons and its 9th one is already in development.
Yeah, at the time, I remember I was editing this video around February and it dropped in early April. So yeah, none of season 9 has aired, and I don't think season 8 was even finished at the time.
I can't cover everything good it has to offer as much as I genuinely might like it. I'm more than happy to read you guys' comments, but try to keep all that in mind before you post any. So, let's take a gander, shall we? This is the absolute best of the Loud House.
I really like the fact that I picked the Pokemon League music for that little introduction. Like, I don't know, after almost an hour and a half's worth of ramblings about the worst of this show, like I definitely needed music that could definitely tone down the vibe of the following video.
This is my home, and I won't let you destroy it.
Save Royal Woods. Yeah, the double-length episode that gives every character an appearance and brings them all together in a meaningful capacity turned out fine. You can tell the narrative is trying.
No wonder the fandom is so perverted, even though it's the highest one of all the fandoms. Yeah. Yeah, more or less. Like, I don't know. I really do try to pinpoint what exactly encourages these randos on the internet to be so inappropriate with these characters. Know what I mean? In a much larger capacity than I've seen with any other fandom, to say the least. At least judging from YouTube, from what YouTube recommends me and whatnot. Like, why is the Loud House why is the Loud House fandom? What is it about the show that encourages so many of these issues? And you know what? I more or less have some theories on it that I've discussed in my latest video, but we're not here for that right now. What are the YouTubers do you like? Ironically, not a lot of animation and film YouTubers. Let's see. You know what? Let me show you my... Do I have the means to show you what I'm subscribed to? You know, I can actually. Just show it all. The official Total Drama channel, my homie Glitch X City, Andrew JRT, King of Skill, a couple Wholesome Families, a couple Reactors, Chris Heroes, Numb Nexus, Nostalgia Critic. Honestly, Nostalgia Critic, he's the kind of content creator that gets you through college, man. Especially when you're studying film like I was. Let's see. Anyone else you might recognize? Shay Frillis Productions, definitely an inspiration for me. Who else is there that you guys might recognize? Daily Dose of Internet, of course. The Nintendo channels, the Party Crashers. Masahiro Sakurai, the creator of Smash Brothers. You know what? I've never really looked at my sub box in its entirety, come to think of it. I'm still subbed to Kenji the Shiba? Huh. The more you know. Anyways.
Trying a little too hard to stand out, but it's solid nonetheless. The town is chosen to be destroyed via flood to make way for a government project due to its lack of tourist attractions and, by extension, relevance.
Honestly, that's a little... I feel like that premise alone is a little too meta for this show in particular. Because keep in mind, it's season 6. This show is definitely... Even at this point, this show is still running on fumes. So the idea that the town itself is falling out of relevance to the point where the government wants to flood it, I feel like it hits a little too close to home. Know what I mean?
So,
all the more reason to appreciate this episode, at least from my perspective.
Lincoln rallies everyone into showing the town's value. I say building a noteworthy tourist site. And here I thought Flip would finally contribute to a resolution meaningfully with the one thing he's respectably known for.
Yeah, the Flippy.
But of course, even when the stakes are this high, he ruins it by being cheap.
Yeah. Behold, the world's largest Flippy. Oh, I didn't build it properly, so it's gonna collapse. And there goes our hopes of saving this town. Like, what? Bro, there is so much at stake here, and you're still cheapening out your business, the whole town, your livelihood. Everything these people know and love is about to be gone. And you're still being a cheapskate? Bro, fuck this character, bro.
I swear, this guy is basically just Mr. Krabs, except he's not funny. Normally, I'd add this to
That whole episode of SpongeBob, like, that's goated. Clams.
the reasons why I really don't like this character, but this screw up amounts to a much better thing than a giant cup.
Wait. What did I say there? Amounts to a much better thing than a giant cup. Okay, that is definitely an oversight on my end. Okay, that is my bad.
After that failed idea, Lincoln gives the politician leading the destruction a tour of the town showcasing its historical significance by rapping?
Yeah. I was like, wait, is he rapping? What are we doing here? And honestly, it's a kid show rap. It's a rap in a kid show. Like, I honestly thought I would hate it. I thought I would cringe at every second of it. But honestly, it felt remarkably natural.
On paper, it sounds like a cringe fest waiting to happen, but all the songs in this episode are honestly not bad.
Which, yeah, not all the songs in this episode are bad. Which is something I couldn't say about the Loud House movie. Like, yeah, a lot of the songs in that show, in the movie, they're just way too forgettable for comfort.
Oh, did I mention it's a musical for some reason? The Flip It song is energetically catchy.
The Flip It song? Okay, captions are misinterpreting it.
Tour rap surprisingly doesn't feel pretentious or corny. The villain song really makes you hate her, though it more so helps that she looks like the bastard child.
Like I said earlier, like the resemblance is just uncanny. The color scheme, the nose, the hair, the attitude, the disingenuous attitude, like it just ew.
With Hillary Clinton and Waluigi, and oh god, I can't unsee it.
I'm proud of that edit. I'm not gonna lie, guys. Let's see it again.
Clinton and Waluigi, and oh god, I can't unsee it.
Yeah, I thought what's her name? Joyce Crandall? I thought she was a decent villain.
And the final song is a charming record of everything the Loud family and everyone connected to them has shown to us over the years at that point, for better or worse. All while emphasizing that while the town might not mean much to most outsiders, it means a lot to the Louds.
Who's her voice? Actually, I'm genuinely curious. You know what? Let's look into it, Tracy. Voice of Joyce Crandall. The Loud House. Like I said, guys, I'm holding the mic on one hand, so it's a little tricky for me to type properly. Villains wiki? Why not just take me to the Loud House wiki? Whatever. They should have the voice actor here, right? Oh, I guess not. Okay, again, why is it taking me to... Okay, why? Who set my default search engine to freaking Yahoo search? Oh my god. Whatever. I feel like I'm just wasting time. The Loud House wiki. Is it actually going to take me to it? Thank you. You know what? Let's have some music in the background. Crandall family? Who else is there? She is voiced by Christine Baranski. I have no idea who that is. An American actress, comedian, singer, producer known for her appearances on stage and screen. She has received a Primetime Emmy Award, 2 Tony Awards. Wait. Is this who I think it is? Hold on. Is this Leonard's mom from The Big Bang Theory? There's no way, right? Hold on. voiced herself in The Simpsons. Apparently a voice in a lot of kid shows. Yeah, she's Leonard's mother from The Big Bang Theory. Wow, the more you know. You know what? She is a genuinely disgusting character, so you know what? Yeah, they're really selling me on how dislikable this villain is. So, you know what? Good casting. Good casting. I'll give them props. I will give them props.
The other residents, and by extension, the fans of this series as a whole, leading to the villain's crew turning against her and the destruction being canceled. A great exemplification of the saying, one man's junk is another man's treasure. It's charming, it's well-paced, the stakes aren't contrived or excessive, unlike some other special occasions.
Like, yeah, it's not like the villain is using, like, say, dark magic or dragons or anything, or Aztec gods or whatever. She's just straight up demolishing it. She's just demolishing a dam. Like, nothing supernatural, nothing crazy for a half-hour special. Just genuine stakes. Organic slice of life steaks, for lack of a better term.
Hey, even a show as respectable as
Even Hey Arnold couldn't pull it off when they did it, and they had a whole movie for that.
Hey Arnold oversold it with the drama with this kind of plot. The sense of community brings the whole episode together.
It's just a lot easier. Rather than having to lean in and talk into the mic, it's better to just hold it on my hand.
Literally and metaphorically. And overall, it's simply one of the series' best.
By default. I should probably clarify that. Most of the show's episodes, they're either really bad or they're relatively forgettable. So yeah, best by default?
This would rank
I guess for the sake of the optimism of the video, I didn't word it that way, but you get the gist.
higher on the list, but there's just a few problems that really drag it down a bit. Namely with the last song, Exhibit A.
The move here was when I met my best friend.
Oh, don't get me wrong, this moment is adorable.
Yeah, this is a really sweet moment, and for some reason,
Problem is, it's not actually in the episode, just the extended cut of the song.
yeah, a lot of the song got trimmed down just so that it could, I'm assuming just so they could actually fit it in the half-hour runtime. Like, I don't know. This whole song has an extended version that I didn't even know existed until around the time I was making this video.
What?
And that really pisses me off because, well, y'all already know how much I like Stella as a character, more or less.
The one line that can be appreciated with the
Or at the very least, I believe that she is criminally underutilized.
minimal amount of context it gives, and it gets scrapped. It's honestly really aggravating how the writers keep screwing over Stella, but we'll get to that later. Exhibit B.
And these handprints here remind me of the years we stuck our kids and pets in wet cement.
Bro, you couldn't use the handprints that were all
Like, dude, you already had a set of canonical handprints of all of your kids. Like, where the hell did this come from? Like, dude, like maybe they faded away, maybe they had to be scrubbed off, but why would you? It's handprints of your kids. Like, am I alone in thinking that it's a little disrespectful that they're just taken for granted like this? Like, 5 seasons later, it would have shown me that they really do actually think about what goes on in this franchise.
already canon. We're in the 6th season, and you just wasted a perfect callback to the first dude. Exhibit C. I thought I was done with this subject, but even more plot holes courtesy of Luna and Sam's abysmal relationship.
What else is new with these two? Where is it? I think you can just type on the YouTube search bar Right Where We Belong, and you're probably going to find it. Right Where We Belong, extended, something along those lines. I think they showed it throughout the commercials when it originally aired on Nickelodeon, and that's where people got it from.
Yeah, never mind the other half of your brand. So much for Moon Goats making it big together. Their words, not mine.
The Moon Goats were supposed to make it big together.
Like, yeah. When did this gig happen? When did this gig with just Luna and Sam? When did it ever happen? A lot of the song, a majority of the song just talks about the show's history, but a lot of it is actually canon, or we can deduce how or why it happened. But with Luna and Sam, when? And why without your whole band? Like, dude.
Gosh, even in the most trivial moments, the narrative is still giving Sam undeserved attention.
Yeah, they just... I mean, no disrespect in this particular context, but they just love glazing this character to the point where, yeah, I'm really not buying. I'm still not sold on her.
Unless
Wait a minute, what the hell?
They didn't start dating until after they formed the
Yeah, they had him. Yeah, immediately, just from this one shot from Ellis for Love, you can tell they have a music club. They got guitars. They got a. Is that a clarinet? Is that supposed to be? Is that supposed to be Squidward's clarinet? They got an amplifier. Yeah, there has to be some sort of music club or class in the school, and I'm assuming that's how they met. To the point where I can believe the fact that they were close friends before they started dating. Somebody just subscribed and I can't see. Slooper, thank you so much for subscribing.
music club slash band with Mazzy and Sully. We've seen Luna do gigs on her own, but with how vague and inconsistent this show's timeline is sometimes, the safest bet is to assume that these events
One
happened
step at a
before.
time.
And right as I say that, someone else subscribed, and for some reason I can't see it, but thank you for subscribing, whoever you are.
Since the club goes unmentioned there anyways. Unlike most of the history in the song, we
Yeah, like I said, Lenny and her coworkers definitely happened. Pop Up and his friends at the retirement home, we actually have episodes about that. Lynn and her roller derby team, we've actually seen it. But Luna and Sam doing gigs individually before they formed their band, we never saw it happen. So where the hell did it come from?
never saw this gig happen at any point. So canonically, this should take place before the club was formed as well. Just like those segments in the comics. Supported by the fact that they were confirmed to be close friends before dating. Apparently close enough to be doing gigs, just the two of them.
So they were tight enough, buddy enough to be doing gigs, just the two of them. But not once in this supposed friendship did they ever have a heart-to-heart about what kind of guys or girls they like. Like this friendship just feels so half-assed to the point where their entire romantic relationship feels half-assed. Know what I mean? That's what pisses me off so much about this character, more or less.
See, now that's some bullshit.
And I definitely make that clear in this upcoming segment.
I can't believe I have to bring this up again. How do you still go a whole first date having nothing in common and knowing nothing about each other? Our expectations for you were low, but holy fuck.
Seriously, the bar is so low, and they just keep fumbling the bag.
Did I really need more evidence that this is one of the most self-righteously soulless pairings out there, and now it's basically just a publicity tool? I already have like a half hour's worth of that, and you're telling me there's more?
Like, honestly, I've known about Luna and Sam since back in 2017 when Ellis for Love first aired, and I was more or less indifferent to it. But when I got into the show, like in late 2023, I was like, wait, this doesn't make any sense. Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Wait, this doesn't make any sense. And, well, here we are now, to say the least.
You know what? No. I've said more than enough here, and this puppet has provoked enough negativity out of me. Just cue the memes and take me to the next entry. Please and thank you.
Know your fucking place, trash.
Yeah, so Luna, just a constant disappointment, man.
It's a loud house. I see what you did there.
I will give credit in the earlier episodes and even some episodes today. Some of the titles are just nods to classic movies, classic songs. And you know what? I know at the end of the day, it's just a glorified pun, but you know what? I appreciate how cultured some of these writers can be sometimes. At least with the titles, to say the least.
Who would have guessed that in the family of 11 kids, money is kind of tight? Normally, this kind of topic should be uncomfortable, but it's really refreshing to see this subject being tackled lightheartedly, especially for a children's cartoon. To start, the struggle is so apparent that the kids start fighting over a quarter, even though it's kind of played for laughs.
Yeah. You got 11 kids. The dad, I think he used to work in like IT, and the mom is a dental assistant. Like, yeah, money. I'm not trying to undermine their salary, but because IT workers definitely make bank, but not enough to raise 11 whole kids. I'll say that much. So yeah, the premise alone is definitely feels organic.
As punishment, mom and dad make him clean the
To the point where I can see why these kids fight over even the minimal amount of cash. In this case, a quarter.
attic, where Lincoln conveniently finds a letter from the previous owner of the house, Sharon DeMonet. I was today years old when I noticed the wordplay.
Yeah. This was one of the episodes I actually watched when the show first dropped back in 2016. And I never realized that Sharon DeMonet is just a pun on sharing the money. Like it took me up until I made this video more or less that I realized that.
Claiming that there's a hidden treasure in
Welcome back, Rockin' D.
the house with a surprisingly appropriate warning about how if they keep fighting over money,
What a time to return. I know, right? What are the odds, bro? What are the odds?
they'll never find it. Without hesitation, Lincoln tells his sisters about the treasure and they don't believe him. Only to start searching for it as soon as he's not looking. The kids
Yeah, what was that about? Like, why would they not believe him initially? Okay, that's a bit of an inconsistency, but it doesn't undermine the plot.
keep fighting over the clues from Sharon's letters until it hits them that fighting really isn't getting them anywhere, resulting in all of them reconciling and the next clue coincidentally spawning immediately after.
See, this... Okay, you know what? Let me let it finish, and then I'll say what I'm about to say.
Wow, what are the odds? Turns out there is a treasure after all, and the kids are happy to share it equally. All while Mom and Dad discuss the fact that the treasure was his work bonus and that he set up the whole hunt.
See, this is one of those instances where I can definitely understand why the parents are taking a backseat to all the shenanigans going on. Unlike in Brawl of the Family, where they just lock themselves up in their room, they let this play out. No one's getting hurt. They're learning to get along without them more or less doing anything. Like, this is one of those instances where, yeah, I can definitely understand why Lynn Sr. and Rita are taking a backseat.
Relieved in the fact that his children will share their money even when there's not much to go around. The twist is endearing, it's set up subtly, and it doesn't undermine the payoff in any way. We've all heard the sayings. The journey is the destination. The real treasure was the friends we made along the way.
Yeah, how many? Off the top of my head, I can think of several episodes in coincidentally even Nickelodeon shows where there's like a big treasure hunt and the treasure turns out to be nothing. One episode of Ned's Declassified, an episode of Penguins of Madagascar. How much longer do I think the stream will be? Let's see. Oh my god, we've been streaming for 3 hours. Okay, at the most, I want to say one more, but the thing is... The thing is, I've got somewhere to be with my dad, and he's gonna call me whenever he's ready, and that's when I'll be on my way. I don't know when that's gonna be, so I'm gonna say at the minimum, a half hour more, if not a whole hour. We'll have to wait and see. Because as soon as I get the phone call from my dad, I'll be on my way. That's where I gotta be right now.
All I'm saying is that it's perfectly possible to be rewarded and have your heart in the right place.
Yeah. Like, is it so much to ask for them to have an actual treasure and for them to stay humble? For a character to stay humble, more or less?
Sometimes you really can have your cake and eat it too, and I gotta give it to this episode for acknowledging something this rare in a genuinely positive manner.
Yeah. I think the idea of a family of 11 kids definitely helps sell that idea organically. And that's why I gotta give props to this episode.
On top of all that, this episode is really funny.
Yeah.
All the jokes.
There's one moment where everyone is just screwing around, but in complete silence, just so that Lily doesn't wake up. Like, I'm sorry, that is comedy, man.
Land, but this one gag with the loose floorboard really gets me. You can't hate on the stepping on a rake and it hitting you in the face. It's a classic. Just ask Tom and Jerry.
And yeah, honestly, a lot of the show's slapstick, it feels like it takes inspiration from Tom and Jerry. And you know what? I don't hate it. Just because Tom and Jerry, it's the original cartoons from like, I want to say 1950s, 1940s. I don't know what decade from last century, but they are timeless, my boy. They are timeless, my guys.
It's heartfelt, its messaging is strong and universally applicable. The comedy is
Yeah. Can y'all name one middle-class family that hasn't struggled with money financially at some point?
on point, and all in all, it's a prime example of this family's well-earned unity.
Heart of the cards. Guide me.
Deal me out. Hey, I said it before. The Ace Savvy episodes are kind of cracked.
I blame anime for the state of the fandom? What makes you say that, Jorge? You know what? Should I say Jorge in my American accent or my Mexican accent? Should I say Jorge or Jorge? It doesn't matter either way, but I'm a little curious to see what you guys prefer.
Well, most of them. It was a close call among all of these, but I trust.
Yeah, okay. I will say one thing. Apparently, a lot of people really don't like Sleuth or Consequences. But I'm of the opinion that, honestly, the ending, it feels like it's in character for Lincoln. Like, yeah, he feels he's... it feels like the narrative is disrespecting him, but at the same time, it's one of those episodes where I feel like he's happy to bite the bullet for one of his sister's sakes. In this case, it was Lucy.
The episodes are kind of cracked. Well, most of them. It was a close call among all of these, but
I usually say Jorge myself. Jorge? Yeah, most Americans do. Like, if it's spelled Jorge, yeah, I say Jorge or Jorge with either accent. But if it was spelled George, yeah, I definitely say George.
this is the best.
I don't like to mix and match the pronunciations, more or less. Spanish, bro? All right. I'll say Jorge. Calm down, John. Calm down.
Best one for its ideas, its messaging, and for good measure, a bit of lore in the form of how Lincoln met his best friend. To summarize, the boys are going to an Ace Savvy convention, but then they're hit with the realization that they might be getting too old for this sort of thing.
Yeah. Been there with, like, not kidding. Back in my teenage years, I thought to myself, I legitimately felt conflicted with myself. Am I getting too old for Pokemon and whatnot? Like, I've definitely been where Lincoln and Clyde have been.
They sell all their merch
All the more reason I really appreciate this episode.
with the con tickets, and they start trying things like car repair with Lana, fishing, and skateboarding. It's easy to tell that they're not enjoying it because they see other kids younger than them playing with toys, and they can't help themselves but to join in.
Yeah, honestly, what I'm speaking from experience. Whenever I took up a new hobby as a kid, it honestly felt like I was just abandoning what I had. Know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Would I say it's Stockholm syndrome? Nah, that's a little much.
Eventually, they start reminiscing about all the ways they bonded over this franchise, mainly because it's what led to them meeting, culminating in
Yeah, if that's how you met your best friend, all the more reason to feel attached. Like, goddamn, bro.
both of them admitting that they can't bring themselves to let it go just yet, if at all. They get their con tickets back and prepare to stomach some ridicule, only to, ironically, appeal to kids even older than them.
Yeah. You have any? Let me put it this way, guys. I know several 30-year-olds who still like say anime or Pokemon and whatnot, to say the least, or the MCU or anything that's not necessarily meant for grown adults. Know what I mean?
It's a bit of an odd choice to use a superhero franchise of all things as the subject of this message, at least in this day and age. But some of these stigmas are still common enough. Yeah, comic book guy from The Simpsons isn't necessarily just a stereotype. Even then, the message in question still retains its strength. It's okay to like something that isn't necessarily meant for you as long as it's harmless, it makes you happy, and your heart's in the right place.
Look at me. I'm in my 20s and I'm talking about I'm in my, you know what? I'm not going to disclose my age. I'm just going to say I'm in my 20s and I'm talking about the Nickelodeon show meant for like 5-year-olds, 8-year-olds. I don't know what the target audience is for this show, but y'all get the gist. Like, I don't know. Just stay humble about it. Don't let it go to your head. Don't do all that cringy fan art. Like, it's so easy to just be a genuine, non-problematic fan of this show of this show or anything along those lines. Know what I mean?
I mean, look at me. Behind this mudkip, I'm a grown man with a full-time job, but I still like Pokemon, and I'm critiquing a children's cartoon for strangers on the internet.
It was at that moment that I thought to myself, is this really what my life has become? It's rated TV Y7. Okay, 7-year-olds, technically. At the same time, we got to thank our childhood hero. It was for being there. Yeah. Appreciate it for what it is. If you're going to let go, then okay. Just remember to appreciate it for what it is. Remember to appreciate all that you had for what it was, assuming it was good.
Wow, Ira was right.
Pride is not the opposite of shame, but it's so.
Like okay, you know what? I'm going to let Ira talk first.
True humility is the only antidote to shame.
That's a really good edit. Yeah. Just stay humble. Whenever you're passionate about something, just try to stay humble. That's all it comes down to it. And I guarantee you guys, you're going to have a lot more respect than what you would expect. Because honestly, after talking about 20-something minutes about Sam and whatnot, I honestly thought I would get a lot more dislike than what I did in my video. But no, around 94%. You know what? I'm not screwing with you guys. You know what? Don't think I'm lying. Don't think I'm trying to garner any pity or anything. To this day, around 94% of my reception to all of my Loud House videos is still positive. Let me see if I can show it. Yeah, the current state of the Loud House, about 93.9. Okay, let's round that up to 94%. The best of, almost 95%. The worst of, almost 94%. Like, yeah, I honestly, I know I didn't have the best, I didn't deliver the best tone most of the time, but for the most part, I didn't get angry when I didn't have to. Know what I mean? Like, just stay humble, speak soft. You know what? As Franklin D. Roosevelt, FDR put it once, speak softly and carry a big stick. Bro, I was watching Bad Guys 2 and I was the only guy with kids there. Oh my God. See, that's the kind of circumstance where it definitely raises a few red flags. That's the kind of circumstance where you definitely have a few red flags. Speaking of Sam, in case I don't get to it, I'll just ask, have I listened to Pet Adoptions Day yet? Sam and Lana's first interactions together before Perfect Gig. I actually haven't. I'm gonna be honest. That's that podcast you were talking about, right? I'm assuming it's somewhere on YouTube. I haven't gotten the chance to see it. And even then, I'm gonna be real, man. If Sam's best source of character development is a podcast that 90% of the audience hasn't heard of, then I don't mean to undermine what was there, but it definitely shows that these writers do not have their priorities straight. When Sam's best source of character development is some obscure podcast, like, I don't know. These showrunners need to get their shit together, to say the least. You were the only one with no kids? Oh, it's the other way around. Oh, that's what you meant. Oh. Well, like I said, my guy, stay humble. Stay humble, and you won't have any problems, to say the least. More than likely, you won't have any problems. The character growth is genuine. We get a bit of lore. It has several funny moments. Maybe too funny for some people. Yeah, for some reason, this episode is banned in Greece. Like, why? I guess Lincoln and Clyde are bashing a fish. They get injured while trying to repair a car. Like, what's so violent about that it got banned in? Alright. And the moral is for some reason it's banned in Greece of all places and nowhere else. Uncommon and potent. Wait, Sam actually gets to sing there? Wow. What a shock. What, you mean in Perfect Gig? No, in Perfect Gig I already knew. I already explained why I was more or less indifferent to it. Like I said in Perfect Gig, my only problem with it is that Sam could have easily been replaced with, if it weren't for her little brother, Sam could easily be replaced with Lana and most of the narrative wouldn't change because they straight up say that the cat lullaby was Luna's idea, not Sam's. It makes it seem like Sam did not contribute to the idea in any capacity. Like, I totally buy it that Luna would say, hey, let's sing the cat a lullaby.
I see this as an absolute win.
Okay, it's you meant Pet Adoption Day. Okay. Compared to the show, she needs more screen time compared to the fandom. Yeah, the fandom gives her a lot more screen time than the show ever did. What does that tell you? I'm not being rhetorical. I genuinely don't know. Time trap. A common complaint I see about most slice of life shows is... Oh, okay. You know what? Before we get to it, time. A lot of people have argued in my comments, to say the least, that they really don't like Time Trap. Yeah, and I get it. Some people say there's an issue with the pacing. Some people say the Loud siblings are behaving out of character in some capacity. But we'll get to it. A common complaint and also there's the whole supernatural gimmick of time travel. And I've made something of a fuss about it before, but yeah. Most of the time, the supernatural gimmicks don't work. Most slice of life shows is when they throw in supernatural gimmicks. Usually when the show is mostly grounded in realism like this one. It undermines the charming simplicity, and it shows a desperate... Like both of the Arnold movies, the Proud Family movie, that Big City Greens movie where they go to outer space. Like, what are we doing, man? Do we really need this? Do we really need this about, I want to say, a suburban black family, a TV show about a family of farmers moving into the big city? Like, do we really need this kind of idea here? In this particular instance, though, the concept in question is appropriate enough. And I will say, Okay, you know what? I'll just let the video answer tell you what I'm trying to talk about.
Who would have guessed that a cartoonily gifted super genius like Lisa managed to build a time machine? Don't answer that. It's rhetorical. Even more.
In short, Lana acts erratic and fearful about adopters, while Sam both expresses an understanding of Lana's fears, but also knows how important it is to pets to find good homes too. Isn't that just basically rehashing the plot of that one episode where they're working at the shelter? I'm not gonna lie, it feels, just from what you're telling me, Rockin' D, it feels a little redundant. Keep in mind the kids, and I'm guessing their parents, but I'm not sure if the parents disappeared as well, but the kids were disappearing and going away. Because the parents already existed in the past, where they sabotaged their own existence on accident.
More believable is the idea that any kid would be dumb enough to use it to get out of being grounded of all things. Which is exactly what happens here. Being a
Yeah. A kid trying to cheat their way out of getting grounded? Yeah. Totally organic behavior. And one of the comments said, oh, Lori's 18. Lori's at college. She can't be grounded. My guy, she doesn't have a job. Who do you think is paying her phone bill? Who do you think is paying for her gas, for her car gas? Who do you think is paying her gas money? Like, just because Lori's legally an adult doesn't mean her parents are incapable of punishing her appropriately. They could cut off on her gas mileage so that she doesn't travel so openly. They could cut off the phone date, the data on her phone plan. They still have the means to punish her.
double-length episode, though, it goes further than that with even more interesting ideas, but let me try to summarize it first. The loud kids break a vase while screwing around, and since it's not the first time to destroy that specific parental wedding gift, yes, I need...
Wait a minute. If it's such a valuable wedding gift, how do they manage to replace it? You know what? I guess their parents punish them more so on the principle rather than the value of the vase, to say the least.
Every adjective there. They're worried that they'll be grounded too much for their own good. Solution? Lisa builds a time machine to stop her parents from ever receiving said gift. But in usual loud fashion, they all...
No, Tracy. The kids travel back in time to their parents' wedding just to make sure they never receive the gift, and by extension, they never get grounded. But you know what? I actually summarize it here. Why am I running my mouth?
give in to their literal childlike impulses at the venue and ultimately ruin their parents' wedding.
Yeah. I don't think most of the Loud siblings, it's not all of them, with the exception of maybe Lincoln and obviously Lisa and maybe Lincoln, because we know he watches a lot of sci-fi movies. I don't think most of them understand the consequences of messing around in the past. So yeah, honestly, this premise doesn't feel too forced. I can see why people might have a problem with it, but the premise doesn't feel forced enough to the point where I hate it. At the same time, you're living under your parents' roof, and even if you make it grounded as well, even though you live under their house, loud house logic, yeah. Like, yeah, at this point in time, Lori doesn't have her own apartment. She doesn't have a job. Whenever she's on break from college and whatnot, she's still living there. She's still living under their roof, still living under their own rules, to say the least.
Spurring the couple into never having children at all.
I think I know where this is going.
The kids wound up in a timeline where they never existed, and they slowly start disappearing one by one unless they undo their mistakes.
Yeah.
It's all a big fat reality check for that chunk of the family's identity. Remember the lyrics in the credits?
Bro, it's crazy how Sam has more development in a podcast, and it's not even with Luna, the reason she was introduced in the first place. I mean, I want to keep an open mind, but at the same time, this just feels wrong. Yeah, she rents out Mr. Grouse's garage or something like that. Yeah. And turned it into a makeshift apartment, which I don't hate the idea. I guess the rent is really cheap. It's basically a studio apartment. It's what I did at a certain point in my life.
Well, that might just become so much of a problem here, it'll literally fix itself. And it's taking them with it.
Yeah. Remember, guys, chaos with 11 kids. That's the way it always is. It's just really nice to see the principles of the show being more or less questioned, if not entirely defied. Like, I don't know. I just think that's it's just a really good approach, to say the least. At least in that capacity.
It's normal for kids to be curiously foolish, and these kids have a few too many transgressions. Some more
Collectively.
But we always got...
And we know how much of a fuck up Lynn is, to say the least. Like, I said enough in the previous video about how bad Lynn's character is.
Encourage and sometimes enforce a limit. On top of being a great cautionary tale for the Louds' usual impulses, and maybe for some of the kids watching alike, this episode explores a lot of ideas that could hardly be tackled otherwise. Like, say, what would Royal Woods and its residents be like without these 11 goofballs?
Yeah. Look, I don't know. I just really dig these hypothetical, more or less hypothetical scenarios. Like a universe where the Loud Kids never existed. All 11 of them. Like, if it was just one person, it'd just basically be a retread of It's a Wonderful Life, more or less.
Their parents hold bitter resentment towards children in general. Their whole world.
Yeah, their parents don't like kids. Literally, virtually every background has some semblance of gray or lack of color. And you know what? You know how they say that families without children are colorless? Their lives are less colorful? Like, honestly, they presented that idea in a very subtle way. And I can respect that.
Is figuratively and literally less colorful. Lincoln's closest friends are somehow led by his bully instead of him?
Okay, this is the part that really got to me.
Wait a minute. If Lincoln never existed,
how would this entire scenario with Stella on her first day here played out if Lincoln wasn't there to befriend her? Like, just think about it. After all those emotions and character development never happened, what would have happened to Stella?
let alone was late to the bus on Stella's first day, which
And apparently this episode answers our
he
questions.
almost was. Does this mean Chandler would have been her first friend instead?
Yeah. Eventually it would have been Chandler to befriend her on the bus, and we know how much of a bad influence he is. Like, I don't know, man. Something about Stella taking pointers from him, because she, of all people, knows how much of an asshole he is. So the fact that she gets spurred into being his friend, like, I don't know, man. That is just a very uncomfortable implication.
Oh, thank God for happy endings. I don't want to so much as a
Tracy, you're misinterpreting the episode. The Loud Kids only wiped themselves from existence because they sabotaged their parents' wedding, and they basically motivated them into never having kids because they ruined these random kids that they never met before at that point in time ruined their wedding. That's why the Loud Kids never existed. But the rest of them, like, what would the Louds have to do with that?
imagine how
Like, seriously, imagine how much of an asshole Stella would have turned out to be if Chandler was her first friend while she was new in town. Like, it just shows with that one simple expression. And I even say, look at her, why is she so mad?
he managed to corrupt her, let alone any of his friends. Cherish your blessings, my boy, especially your
Like, Chandler does seem like the kind of kid who would have that kind of initiative. And I mean that in the worst of ways.
friendship with her, to say the least. Sometimes it's hard for us to realize what kind of impact we have on people, and that goes double for someone as outgoing as this little dude. Anyone can be grateful to this episode for all the warnings of its implications.
I wouldn't say she gets more development outside of her, more that I was able to find more characters and interactions outside of Luna. That's fair. That's fair.
Let alone its messaging in general. It would bother me that they didn't explore these themes a bit more thoroughly, but they were literally living on borrowed time, so fair enough.
Yeah, okay. On one hand, yeah, I can understand what people are talking about. Like, the pacing is a little too janky in this episode, to say the least. Like, it feels like a lot of the time the Loud Kids are just standing around. They're literally disappearing from existence one by one, and it doesn't feel like they're in a hurry for the most part. Like, it feels like this kind of episode definitely could have been the usual 11 minutes instead of the double length. Know what I mean? It definitely would have helped to amp up the stakes. So I can see why people have their gripes with it. Like, I don't know. Like, sometimes there's a certain balance between, like, when you finish writing a script, you don't realize how long your video can end up being. Like, keep in mind, when I was writing the script, guys, I more or less was not aware of the fact that it was going to be about an hour and 20 minutes long. Like, you never realize how long a piece of work can be until you're done writing the script, until you're done editing, more or less. So I can understand why the pacing is a little cluttered.
The premise is plausibly silly, the stakes are serious enough, all the Loud Kids collectively learn more than one lesson and grow as characters.
Yeah, there's a genuine lesson behind most of this episode. Don't try to cheat your way out of getting grounded, kids. Things could go even worse than you could ever imagine. Granted, not time travel disappearing out of existence. Granted, not that kind of, the consequences aren't this extreme, but hey, I think the message still comes across organically.
Silly, the stakes are serious learn more than one lesson and grow as characters. And all in all, this episode helps you appreciate what's good about this family and the series as a whole.
To some extent.
As if I wasn't doing that already with this video alone.
Yeah, I spent an hour and 20 minutes glazing a Nickelodeon show that frankly is a little too unworthy of respect nowadays.
Now listen, that's called motherfucking bars.
Please tell me somebody knows where that line is from. Now listen, that's called motherfucking bars. I just couldn't say. Well, y'all already know how much I filter my language when I'm editing. When I'm streaming, it's a different story. But when I'm editing, I definitely do filter the F-bombs and whatnot.
Head poet's anxiety. Admittedly, it's an odd choice for an episode with such a specific premise.
Yeah, honestly, this is one of those episodes from the early seasons where you're like, wow, this episode is actually really sweet. And keep in mind, the writers for this one, I'm pretty sure they're not even part of the writers group. Part of the, how do I describe it? The typical writers for this show. Anxiety. Like these writers, I'm pretty sure they're just the writers for these episodes, I'm pretty sure they're just freelancers. They're not full-fledged workers at Nickelodeon. Like, let me see. Show me the writers. Give me a moment. Abby and Phil Werderman. They have a combined entry in on the wiki. Where is she? Okay, where did they go? Okay, I have no idea what I'm doing anymore. Point is, yeah, this wasn't even one of the mainstream writers for the show. It was just a pair of freelancers.
Premise to be on this listing, but there's just that much worth appreciating.
But the thing of breaking time and disrupting the timeline is kind of making things affect and causing it to go downhill for a bit. Okay, John, you got to work on your grammar a little bit, my guy. Sometimes it could lead to somewhere that you don't want to be. Yeah.
Especially since
Like I said, I have reason to believe that none of the Loud siblings, except for Lisa, obviously Lisa and maybe Lincoln, understand the consequences of time travel. That's why Lisa didn't want them to tag along initially when it came to getting rid of the vase.
it revolves around just two specific Loud sisters.
And she asked them to behave, but they didn't listen. Luna got distracted with the band playing at the wedding. I don't remember what else happened, but some of the Loud siblings had incentives to get distracted. Lily wanted to try the cake, and she completely spilled it.
Most of the time, this series
Anyways, we're done talking about that episode.
focuses on the bond or conflict between Lincoln and his sisters, rather than the dynamic between.
Do you think the show would have been more respected if it got canceled early between seasons 1? I wouldn't say canceled, just given a proper finale. Like, it did not need to go on for 10 seasons. Like, season 10 is already in development. It did not need to go on this long. Like, maybe if it was given a proper conclusion around season 4 or season 5, let's say season 4. It would have gone down in history as a more or less respectable show. It has a few blemishes in seasons 1 and 2, and even season 3. It have a couple bad episodes, but for the most part, it would have gone down respectably in Nickelodeon history if it ended around season 4 with a proper finale, not whatever season 4's finale actually was. I wouldn't say canceled though.
Two upset sisters.
Like, that's the thing about the television, animation, and film industries. They just want to keep dishing out more seasons, more sequels, more films without any respect for the narrative because, well, most of them are just in it for the money. When you have a lot to lose, I get it, but is there really no middle ground? Like, I don't know. Even though I studied film in college, I never got the opportunity to work in any of those industries. So what do I know?
Unless it's two sisters you would expect something out of because they share a room, or say it's the twins. So to see the dynamic between Luann and Lucy here is a brief but welcome change of pace.
Yeah. This is, I think, early season 3. Like, how many episodes do we have where the conflict is just about two Loud sisters in particular, and not, like I said, not ones you would expect something out of. Lola and Lana, Lynn and Lucy, they don't count. They're twins and they share a room. Like, you would expect them to interact in some capacity. Just two of the Loud sisters who usually don't interact with one another directly.
Especially since it's done so well. Lucy's disheartened after her best poem was rejected, and, well, who better to guide her in improving her artistic writing than the sister who comes up with wordplay every chance she gets?
Yeah. You got a sister that writes poems? You got a sister that writes puns? Or at least comes up with them more often than not? It feels like a match made in heaven.
Hey, Lincoln, want some punch? Sure.
Several bad puns later.
I swear, man, there is a SpongeBob meme for everything. I say something like Ed, Ed, and Eddie. Ed, Ed, and Eddie's movie, but the ending is the kids in the future as adults with their own kids, something like regular show? Yeah, more or less. Having the script be something mediocre, I don't see the hype between it anymore. Yeah. So with her own share of rejection letters, but still. Luann mentors her in the essentials of the art, and the basic steps are great general advice for just about anyone watching in a similar field. Build some of your own talent to start, get some formal training, put your work out there. Yeah. It's how you gotta do it. It's part of the reason I wrote these scripts, edited them, and they became YouTube videos. Build some of your own talent, think about what you're doing, and put your work out there. And for me, the means to do that was YouTube, to say the least. Build some of your own talent to start, get some formal training, and also go to school, which I did. Work out there, and the most underrated step, grow a fucking hair. Okay, she didn't word it that way, but you get the gist. Yeah. Things might work out how you hope they do, but they more than likely might not. And on top of that, you better be ready to stomach the criticisms you'll have along the way. I will say, as far as my latest video is concerned, yeah, I stomached 2 weeks worth of negative comments. And a lot of them were just really redundant. So, do y'all blame me for pausing them altogether? Cause time cards are one of my favorite SpongeBob memes too. Yeah. The narrator, I think is it Tom Kenny doing the voice? I don't know who's doing the voice, but the SpongeBob time cards, they are just, no pun intended, they are timeless. Lucy fortunately climbs her way up the ladder so well that she lands an opportunity that even Luann has merely been dreaming of. Vividly so. The girl is trying so hard to hold in her envy, and yeah, if you can't afford school, then I don't blame you. Yeah, there are other means to gain formal training. Cause yeah, I have a degree in film. I have a degree in film production, but ultimately, what did they teach me that I couldn't learn for myself? That goes for a lot of college majors, not just this one in particular. Can't help but respect her for it at first. A girl 6 years younger than her is taking her dream, but the girl in question is her innocent sister who she put on that path in the first place. Yeah. Luann went through all these measures to make sure Lucy would succeed, and through dumb luck, Lucy is doing better than her, to say the least. So it's compelling when Luann feels all this bitterness and envy, but at the same time, she isn't being disrespectful. Like, yeah, at the end of the day, Luann loves her sister, so she can't bring herself to go out of her way to treat her like shit or just be rude to her completely. Like, yeah, she's trying to hold it in a way that's out of character, which is something that can't be said for several bad. Okay, it is Tom Kenny. Wow, that guy has talent. That guy has talent. I mean, I'm not surprised. It's the voice of freaking SpongeBob, but that guy has talent. A lot of time later, 3 hours later. See, I can't replicate it. That's how good it is. Episodes. Yeah. She's so uncomfortably conflicted about everything she's feeling that Lucy even tries to pass up the opportunity for her sake. And then Lucy starts wondering, what's with Luann? And then Lincoln tells her, oh, Luann's a little jealous that you did something she couldn't. And so Lucy's like, Lucy pretends to be sick just so she doesn't do the gig, just to make her sister happy. And honestly, my heart, man. Like, this is just a very this episode is just riddled with so many heartfelt interactions between Luann and Lucy, between two loud sisters you wouldn't expect anything out of. And that's why it's on this list. Which in turn gives Luann a reality check. She loves her sister and she's her mentor. With that knowledge, Luann's jealousy vanishes, Lucy performs, and icing on the cake, her first poem is dedicated to her.
This poem goes out to the person who got me here, my big sister Luann. Dreams burned to ash, hope tangled like laces, till love swept in with puns and funny faces.
Bars.
Where my path will lead, I can't be sure, but if ever I'm lost, I'll look up to her.
Bars! I'm sorry. That's just this moment, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm telling you, man. People don't give the show enough credit because it has so many legit keep in mind, there's 11 episodes on this best episodes ranking. I did not pick a fixed number. I just chose episodes that really stood out to me as a whole. Like, people don't give the show enough credit when it comes to the emotional moments, and this is one of them. Maybe I'm a bit of a hard ass, and this franchise has never made me outright cry, but this moment in particular came very close. It's perfectly sweet, it's a gentle teaching opportunity, and it shows a compelling and heartfelt connection between two sisters amidst their crowded family. Okay, this little gag where the dad is like, Lucy's smiling, get the camera! Okay, that's actually really funny. Because, oh, this whole episode, man. This is one of those episodes where if I'm casually scrolling through Nickelodeon and keep in mind, they've rerun The Loud House a lot on Mexican Nickelodeon, and if they happen to be showing this episode, I'm more than happy to watch it again, because it's just that good. Please tell me, somebody in chat, please tell me you know where that clip is from. I did filter the swearing. Well, not the swearing. They say the N-word. That's why I censored it. Because I'm not about to catch any flack for using the N-word in my videos. Because I'm a Mexican dude. I am not, let me put it this way. I am not morally qualified to use that word, to say the least. Do you think the emotional weight of the show lost over time? When you have 9 seasons worth of episodes, yeah. It definitely did lose the emotional weight. Sometimes it picks up the pace, like say in No Time to Spy, which I actually enjoyed for the emotional moments. Thank you, Tails. Thank you, Tails. Uncle Ruck is doing the exorcism. I'm glad somebody noticed it. Before I mention this entry, let me just say that I knew I was gonna... Read! No! Am I even allowed to can I show the clip in question without getting demonetized? An episode revolving... Maybe not, but I'm not about to chance it. Around this one loud sister somewhere on this list. I just wasn't sure which episode. I'm not really the kind of person who picks a favorite anything just based on appearance or first impressions, so it took me a while to decide who my favorite loud sister was. The only reliably fair criteria is the character herself and her development. Who they are, rather than just what they are. As far as all that is concerned, I can safely say that Lola takes the title. Be real, guys. Did y'all think I was gonna okay, I will say this. I said it time and again. Big fan of Luna's character. They just really fumbled the bag with Sam. And just from that fact, I can't bring myself to say that Luna is my favorite Loud sister. Maybe second best, maybe third best, but number one definitely goes to Lola. Just from her episodes, just from the episodes she got in, like, say, the first 3 seasons, to say the least. Actually, no. Season 4 had a decent Lola episode, too. She's notably pompous, manipulative, cunning, and fixated on her physical appearance. But considering her age and the reputation she needs to uphold as a pageant star, her endeavors and her sense of vanity are ultimately innocent enough. Yeah. A lot of people tend to forget that. Even though Lola is bratty and a little violent, remember, she is 6 years old. And unlike, say, Angelica Pickles, it's never portrayed to the point where it genuinely comes off as irritating or implausible or dickish. Especially when she's still genuinely capable of empathy, kindness, and subsequently realizing that what she's striving for is worth sacrificing sometimes. Yeah. They do a really great job of humanizing this bratty pageant star. Like, it's really so easy. Not just for her own sake, but for the sake of the people she cares about. Such as the timid new... This is the episode from Season 4 that I was talking about. Student she looked after for the sake of qualifying for a pageant. This is Season 4, right? I'm not crazy? Only to realize that she should be looking out for her when she didn't have to. Or when she took the blame for all her siblings' misdeeds to peacefully stop a cycle of blackmailing she started. Realizing that she was so blinded by revenge that she almost forgot why she started it in the first place. Yeah. It's amazing how much nuance Lola had in the early seasons of the show. Like, definitely a very subversive take on the typical bratty little girl, blonde, bratty little girl trope, whatever you want to call it. She really is the perfect balance of bratty but sympathetic, to the point where her humanity shines through. She's graceful and a bit imposing, but she's also happy to help and kind of a softie. She's basically Lapras, and that's one of my favorite Pokemon. And then there's also the whole Lapras analogy. Big fan. One of the best Pokemon I've ever seen. Still love Lapras even to this day, ever since the Gen 1 days.
So half the time at
Every time I get a Lapras in my Kanto playthrough, I use it.
the minimum, her adorableness can be taken at face value. There's a reason why her behavior in No Such Luck really pissed me off.
And when you consider what happened in No Such Luck, yeah, the contrast is all the more infuriating, to say the least.
But in her defense, and with the exception of Lincoln,
Who voiced Melly in that episode? Good question, Tracy. You know what? I'm curious. Okay, is this actually going to take me to the wiki? Yeah, okay, it is. Melly, I think her last name was Ramos? Let's see. Let's see if we can find it. Yeah, I know her name is Melly. I know her name is Melly, Tracy. You don't have to be specific. Okay, there's a bunch, all these kids. I remember those are Lana's friends. There she is. Sabrina Fest. Who this? An American voice actress. Apparently she voiced Katara in an Avatar game that really did not age well. I'll tell you guys that much. Like, I have heard nothing but negative things about Avatar Quest for Balance. Really, I don't know what's so hard about making a good Avatar game, but they've never done it. Anyways.
everyone's behavior pissed everybody off in that episode. As much as I appreciate all of her episodes, well, most of them,
Yeah, honestly, Diamonds Are Forever, it's not a bad episode. I just thought it was really mediocre. Know what I mean? For a Lola-centric episode, I just found it to be really mediocre.
I think the one that shows her at her most vulnerable and for great measure unites the family through her own growth deserves the most recognition. So with that being said, read aloud is an entry on this list.
Which is a worse flaw with her in your opinion? When Sam does do stuff when it becomes a hindrance, like you said with Force of Habits, or when she doesn't do enough? I'd say it's more or less both. Rockin' D.
What? No, read aloud.
Yeah, I honestly, when I pronounce the title of this episode out loud, it genuinely sounded like I was saying Rita loud. Like, I don't know. When I said it out loud, I feel like it might have thrown some people off, so I had to make a correction there. A comical correction, more or less.
What? No, read aloud. To summarize, the family enters a reading contest in which the family that collectively reads the most books wins.
Bro, the fact that it says new episode in the background and this episode is from 2017, that's a little jarring, I'm not gonna lie.
Free pizza at what's basically Chuck E. Cheese's. How many families do you know that have 13 immediate members? Yeah, they got this in the bag.
I mean, yeah. Another really organic premise for a family this big. Reading contest, family that reads the most books collectively. Oh, you got a family with 11 kids? Yeah. Easier said than done. Easier done than said, rather.
Is what I would say if Lola wasn't being stubborn and refusing to read any book for some reason. So Lincoln takes it upon himself to get her to read any one book before the deadline, and it's honestly really funny at first because Lola's sass is at its best here.
Yeah, this episode straight up has some of Lola's funniest lines. Like, this is one of those episodes where I genuinely got a laugh out of a lot of the lines in the episode.
They're first graders just like you and Lana, and they solve mysteries.
Did they ever solve the mystery of who gave them those hideous haircuts?
I'm sorry, that's a good line, bro. You gotta admit, that's funny. Like, I'm sorry. Making fun of someone's haircut, that never gets old.
Only to learn that Lola refused to read any book because she's ashamed of the fact that she struggles with basic literacy.
And some people say apparently there was an episode in season 1 where Lola read a sentence no problem. So it seems like an inconsistency. But the episode said that she struggles with reading in general. She might know a couple words, she knows how to read a couple words, but I still buy the fact that she struggles with literacy as a whole. How do you think Sam could be improved then? Just make her bond with Luna actually feel meaningful to the point where she feels irreplaceable, or just, and I don't mean to be too dismissive about it, but just do what Lenny and Gavin did and break them off without even telling us how it went down. Because honestly, it feels like they take Sam for granted a little too much for their own good. Have I gotten demonetized or copyright strike? No, I've been very careful with that. So far, none of these videos have any copyright claims or demonetizations. Demonetizations, fortunately. Considering her theatrical and not so theatrical arrogance, I had a feeling we'd see some sort of embarrassing vulnerability in her eventually, and this isn't a bad choice to go with. Yeah. She's always so showy, so theatrical, and so vain. Like, we were bound to see some sort of weakness in Lola eventually. Because keep in mind, this is like, what, early season 2? Late season 2, I want to say? Don't quote me on that. I just know for a fact that it's from season 2. So I had a feeling we had to see some genuine vulnerability within Lola, specifically. It's perfectly common for a 6-year-old to struggle with reading because I was kind of the opposite at her age. While almost every other... Honestly, this genuinely surprises me. Yeah, that's exactly why, Rockin' D. They can't bring themselves to do it. No matter how abysmally written, neglected, botched, no matter how bad it is, they're just never gonna do it. I would more or less condone it because it would be an acknowledgement of how badly written it all is, more or less, at least in my opinion. But yeah, they're never gonna do it. It would make for a really interesting narrative, to say the least, but yeah, they're never gonna do it. Just because, even though, to be honest, has Sam really been... When was the last time Sam was a genuinely relevant character? I would say season 4 or season 5. Like, if I didn't know any better, I'd say she's just Luna's best friend rather than her girl. Like, if my knowledge of the show only extended to, like, the later seasons, I would say Sam is not even Luna's girlfriend, just her best friend, to say the least. Like, that's how their bond feels. It's not very well written either way, but that's how their bond feels, to say the least. The kid around me was like her. In typical 6-year-old fashion, I had no patience back then, but nowadays, I can't help but feel a sense of empathy. Yeah. Like, back when I was in 1st grade, surprisingly, even though I barely knew English, I attended a school in the United States, and I was a pretty fluent reader, and when it was time to read as a group, a lot of the kids around me, they were just so slow compared to me. Was she relevant to the live action show? Tails, I actually talked about this in the previous video. Both of her appearances, 2 seasons, she only had 2 appearances. One of them she was pretty irrelevant in. The other one, I guess it's something, but it still felt pretty forced. But other than that, all of her mentions that lack an appearance from her are literally just Luna saying, I have a girlfriend, to some random person. And she has to say it twice. Literally just reminders that she exists. All of her reasons for existing, her music, the music club, the Moon Goats, the band, Luna's bandmates, it's all gone. All of her reasons the Luna met Sam are completely gone. But for some reason, Sam is somehow still there. Like, it just feels so freaking forced. In every realm, in every timeline, every spin-off, Sam's existence just feels forced, man. Knowing how much Lincoln loves every one of his sisters, of course he volunteers to help her. Even if it meant losing the contest for the whole family. Like, that's the thing. People like to criticize the show because Lincoln always gets screwed over. But you have to realize that every now and again, if not most of the time, he takes it willingly. Like, he knows how embarrassing it is for Lola to not be able to read when the rest of her family can. So he's like, you know what? She's my sister. I need to protect her. She's my baby sister. I need to protect her. I'm going to teach her to read. If we lose the contest, so be it. Like, honestly, mad respect. Mad respect for this kind of narrative. And honestly, Lola's smile at the notion is just too fucking adorable. If this were any other cartoon... Like, this, yeah. Lola's smile at the notion is... With how bratty and pretentious Lola is every now and again, this smile, it's too freaking pure, man. It's completely genuine. Look at her. She is genuinely adorable. And I have no reason to believe that there's any ulterior motives behind it. Like, look at her. Look at her. She's so freaking cute, man. I just want to bundle her up and put her in my pocket because she's so freaking cute. Anyways. Why did I go to American school? Well, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. My parents just wanted me to have a better life, more or less. Even though now that I'm done with college, I'm back in Mexico and just working full time. So it almost feels pointless. But then again, if it weren't for that, I wouldn't be able to speak fluent English. I wouldn't have my YouTube channel in English, and well, we wouldn't be sitting in this room right now would we?
Just too fucking adorable. If this were any other cartoon brat, you would
Honestly, fuck DW, fuck Darla Dimple, fuck Angelica Pickles. Lola Loud is the gold standard for little bratty cartoon girls, to say the least.
but here, there's perfectly valid reasons to.
Like, definitely my favorite Loud sister.
Another perfectly plausible example of what Lincoln will give up out of love for them.
Like, that's the thing. Lincoln should love his sisters, or at the very least, it should be presented that way.
This time, it's not because he knows it's the right thing to do, and
I would have a Spanish-speaking audience, but what are the odds? I don't know. Is the Loud House really that big here in Mexico? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm just a lot more comfortable with English as a language as a whole, because Spanish, sometimes it's a little too wordy. Like, I don't know. I guess I'm more or less just more so intrigued with American culture, more or less.
he even knows what he's compromising, which is where Lola's development comes in. The family unsurprisingly loses the contest, but thanks to Lola's newfound reading capabilities, she learns to make pizza herself to make up for it.
Yeah. Lincoln isn't getting entirely screwed over. Lola owns up to the reason they lost the contest is because of her. And she makes pizza. She bakes a bunch of pizza to make up for what they lost.
Wait, how did she get all those easy bake-ups? Okay, I won't ruin the moment.
That's a really clever edit on my end.
The episode's funny, it's endearing, it's a reflection of Lincoln's character growth while being a time of Lola's own. And the entire family is brought together as a result of all that, and
Yeah. This episode is just brimming with character development for both Lincoln and for Lola.
well,
Well, more so for Lola, but you know what I mean.
that's what's at the very heart of the show. A bigger than most, happy, united family.
It's that simple, man. Just show the unity of the family. Show that they genuinely care about one another, more or less. And maybe wrap the show in this kind of capacity, and you're golden.
Also, I might be biased here, but I did not need Five Nights at Freddy's to make me realize how creepy animatronics are.
Yeah. Even as a kid, every time I went to Chuck E. Cheese's, I was like, this is creepy. I don't like it. Like, no. Like,
So if anything, they should be thanking her for ruining this contest. Just saying.
You never see it coming.
please tell me someone knows where that's from.
Predictability. Wow, who could have seen this one coming?
Should I be ashamed of that? I don't know.
No, really.
You know what? Fuck it. It's my channel. I am totally proud of that. I regret nothing.
Did you? Because I really don't see this episode talked about a lot.
Yeah. Like, keep in mind, this is the writer of No Such Luck. Like, honestly, Miss Carla Sakis Shropshire, please tell me I pronounced that right. She has so many decent episodes in her repertoire to the point where No Such Luck feels like an honest mistake. The last surprise. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you. I'm glad someone recognized it.
It has fun visuals, the premise is unique, and the moral is strong. To start, Lincoln starts being self-conscious about his way of living and how predictable it's become according to everyone around him.
When you think about it, like, just give it some thought. This is well into season 3. Like, I feel like the later seasons could take a pointer from this episode. Because how many episodes are so outlandish with their ideas to the point where it doesn't feel like the same show? You know what? Let me finish the segment, and then I'll keep talking about what I'm trying to say.
Lisa knows exactly when he goes to the bathroom. His dad makes him a breakfast without asking since it's the same thing every time. He wears the same clothes every day. I know a lot of cartoons have made fun of this shtick, but this chap actually plays into the narrative. He always wants to partner with Clyde for projects. His gym coach knows he's evasive when it's rope climbing day.
Big correction from earlier. Animal House was the Lana Sam Shelter episode. Okay, Rockin' D, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't even notice. I'm sorry, man. I just wasn't paying enough attention.
It all gets to him so much that he starts having nightmares. Everyone knows him too well, and he worries that he'll become aggravatingly boring soon enough.
Yeah, I could feel the burnout. I could feel the burnout from a mile away. Like, keep in mind, guys, I wake up at 5 in the morning every weekday. I go to work. I do the same thing. I do paperwork. I file orders, blah, blah, blah. And sometimes it just feels like nothing's ever going to change for the better. Like, will I ever get married? Will I ever meet someone? Will I ever be promoted? Will my life ever be any better? Will I ever have my own house? Like, sometimes you feel like you're in this purgatory, and I don't know, this episode just really resonated with me, to say the least. It's like that episode of SpongeBob where he worries that he'll become aggravated. All the kids wear the same clothes every day. Yeah, a lot of cartoons do that. And that definitely, I'm glad this episode was able to acknowledge that in a way that it actually plays into the story. Boring soon enough. It's like that episode of SpongeBob where Squidward gets burnt out from living the same way as all those other squids. Yeah, like I said, the burnout. However, the nuance takes a different but equally compelling approach. Lincoln decides to basically change all his habits. He wakes up earlier for the bathroom, wears different clothes, partners with other classmates, and he even ditches his signature. Notice how his first choice for a different class partner was Stella. Okay, I'm pushing it. I'll shut up. Moniker, more or less.
I need a plan.
No, that's exactly what predictable me would say. I need a strategy.
Yeah, rest in peace, man, with the plan. What even rhymes with strategy? What would he even call himself if that was his shtick? The managey with the strategy? Nope, that does not have a ring to it. I just started this. The Loud House should take notes from Sonic. What's IDW? Sonic has a lot of characters, but know how to space them out and get them in character. Really? Never gotten that impression from the Sonic fandom of all places. Because let's be real, guys. Sonic the Hedgehog, it has the same problem. It has one thing in common with the Loud House fandom. Way too many freaking original characters, to say the least. I'll leave it at that. He leaves a good first impression with these changes on day one, mostly, but his fear is still winning out. He wears different clothes every day, no matter how impractical they are. He eats food that hardly qualifies as food. He goes to school on a unicycle and crashes. You get the gist. Even with all that, the nightmares don't stop, and yeah, that's the thing about a lot of these episodes. They're so episodic to the point where they don't feel like canon. 4 minutes before 5? Oh, crap. Well, I still haven't gotten the phone call, so you know what? Let's see. How well are we into the video? We're about 24 minutes in, so I'll go on for as long as I can, but I will say this, guys. As soon as I get the phone call, stream will be over. I've always wondered if No Such Luck was ever canon to begin with. I haven't seen every single episode, but I don't think the events of that episode have ever been mentioned once. And I don't know. You know what? Jesse, you're onto something, but it's gonna and I want to talk about it, but it's gonna have to wait until we get to number 1. You'll see. And that might not even be until tomorrow. I will be streaming tomorrow again, guys, at around. Yeah, I got nothing better. It's Sunday. I got nothing better going on tomorrow, so I'm more than happy to stream tomorrow, starting at 2 p.m. Pacific. So yeah, don't think I'm gonna wait until next weekend to keep up the reactions. That's where the episode comes together exceptionally. He's so obsessed with being different that. But as far as your point is concerned, Jesse, yeah, some of these episodes just feel episodic to the point where you could almost pretend they're not canon for the most part. And honestly, that's kind of sad. It just feels like there's no regard for the story, for the characters, for the most part, and it's kind of depressing. He doesn't realize how much he's hurting himself, and even his friends. Yeah. The entire episode, Clyde is panicking because Lincoln is behaving so differently, and he feels like he's being taken for granted, or that Lincoln doesn't want to be his best friend anymore. And Lincoln just completely glosses over that. How many times have we heard messages like, embrace your weirdness, or being different is okay, or you don't have to fit in? Don't get me wrong, that's worked a few times, but yeah. Mabel Pines? She is basically, she is the trope of the weird girl done right. And Mulan, if y'all remember that scene after she killed the Huns with the she killed the Huns after the avalanche and her cover gets blown, she starts talking about how maybe I didn't join the army for my father's sake. Maybe I just wanted to see some self-worth. I was like, damn. I know it's a Disney movie. They're not afraid to touch complex subjects, but wow. They've really knocked it out of the park with the character development there. Other times, it As for these two examples, Sheldon and Luce, like, I'm sorry, I just could not get behind them.
Either way, seeing normality be encouraged in such a genuinely healthy manner is particularly effective. He realizes that behaving normally is more valuable than these drastic.
But alright, guys, as far as the stream is concerned, we'll go over number 4. If I can. If I don't have to pause too much, we might be able to get through the entirety of number 4, but after that, that's where I'm going to end the stream.
Compromises ever were. So he comes to terms with his basic routine and he resolves to not let anyone hold it against him. Because to his surprise, everyone has their own. Lincoln's inner turmoil is believable, the artistry complementing it is fascinating and appropriate.
Yeah. He literally swallows him. Like, you know what? No, you know what? I'm reaching with those metaphors. Like, I don't know. Just the visuals. There's really no symbolism behind them or anything that I can make out, but you know what? They make for good entertainment for the sake of the narrative.
He undergoes good character development, and the moral behind it can be appreciated at any point in time.
Yeah, a lot of people have gripes with Maple Pines in particular, just because what she did around the time of the finale, more or less. Before that, I think the general consensus was that she was genuinely respectable as a character. But yeah, there's been plenty of videos that discuss it, all that, better than I ever could. I did want to discuss it at some point, and if y'all watched my Gravity Falls retrospective, I did consider it, but ultimately it never came to light.
How do you say taco in Spanish? Taco?
Please tell me somebody knows where that's from.
Loudest mission. Relative chaos. Is it cheating if I put one too many double-length episodes on this listing? Most of them are just that good.
I will say this, though. One episode that I definitely overlooked, one really good half-hour special that I definitely overlooked as I was making this listing, and I did not intend to, it was Tricked, the first ever Halloween special. I thought it was a lot of fun. But the fact of the matter is, since Nickelodeon only airs it around Halloween time, I really didn't get a chance to remember. I straight up couldn't remember. I straight up forgot about it until after I finished making the video, because my experiences with it are so minimal. I didn't really have access to rewatch after rewatch, unless I was willing to pay for a Paramount Plus subscription, which at the time I really wasn't.
Even if they get twice the screen time to try. I made it vividly clear that I adore what Ronnie An's character grew into, and
Yeah.
this is kind of where it all began. Even with how bad the Casagrandes was more often than not, sometimes really bad.
Oh my god, Cursed is such a god-awful episode. It's straight up, it's No Such Luck 2.0. It's that bad. And it's twice as long.
Okay, never mind the stereotypical plot lines, the overrated Mexican actors.
Yeah. I will say this. Just because you cast an icon of my childhood like Eugenio Derbez, it really doesn't make me like your show anymore, guys. I'll say that much. That's all I'm going to say, Nickelodeon. That's all I'm going to say.
Not you, Danny Trejo, you're cool.
I still respect Danny Trejo as an actor, by the way, but that, again, just because you have some interesting casting here and there, it doesn't make the show any more interesting.
And Spanish shoehorned into every other sentence.
Yeah. The amount of times one of the characters immediately just said a word in Spanish for whatever reason, like Spanglish. I'm going to say this right now, as a native Mexican, I kind of hate it. It's just so repetitive. It's so cliche. It just tells me that you didn't really put enough thought into the show. Who voiced a fortune teller in Cursed? George Lopez. Famous Mexican comedian, had his own sitcom at Nick at Night. Technically Nickelodeon. But I'm going to be honest, even growing up, his whole show was never really funny to me. Like, I don't know. Maybe it just wasn't the target. I just could never get into it, unlike other sitcoms. Seinfeld, Friends, Everybody Loves Raymond, Big Bang Theory. I could get into those, but George Lopez? It was always kind of meh.
Bro, imagine rehashing the premise of the worst Loud House episode, and it's twice as long.
This may not sound like a very good comparison, but the Casagrandes reminds me of the Cleveland show. Yeah. They were both forgotten spin-offs from the franchise, the difference being that Ronnie Ann stays. Wait, what happened to Cleveland? Didn't he go back to Family Guy? Okay, that's a really good edit. I'm really proud of that one.
Even then, though, several episodes are genuinely respectable.
Yeah. There's a lot of episodes of the Casa Grande, well, not a lot, a handful of episodes that really flesh out the characters, or at the very least expand the universe more or less, that I actually enjoyed. But most of those are early in the first season, because a lot of these episodes are just really boring, really uninspired, or just meh.
Especially the one that basically started it all. Ronnie Ann and Bobby leave town for the weekend.
Like, straight up, it doesn't feel like, I think I said this already earlier in the stream, but it doesn't feel like they greenlit a whole spin-off about Ronnie Ann because she was a genuinely interesting character. It feels like they only greenlit the spin-off because Mexican Family, as if Nickelodeon didn't have enough of that. Dora the Explorer, El Tigre, like Dora the Explorer, it's for preschoolers. I get why it's so simplistic and preachy. El Tigre, though, it felt genuinely stylized to the point where it felt like it had its own identity. Even if some of it was taking elements from Mexican culture, I could genuinely respect it as a cartoon. But the Casa Grandes, it's straight up just the Loud House with a Mexican paint job on it. You know what I mean? It just feels lazy and uninspired, and it really proves that in its 3 seasons. I think the character that surfs most throughout the series is our mother. Listened to her house and she had to go back. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean, Tails? Suffers most throughout the series is her mother. Yeah, I guess.
To visit their extended family, during which Bobby is surprisingly happy working at his grandfather's mercado, while Ronnie Ann is essentially miserable. Only to find out that their mom wants all 3 of them to live there permanently. After seeing how many different jobs Bobby had in Royal Woods in the span of not even 2 seasons at this point.
Yeah, they didn't really even go into detail about it, and you know what? That's for the best. We saw throughout the 1 season and 13 episodes. We saw Bobby time and again. Oh, I'm up to my lifeguarding job. Oh, I'm delivering pizzas. Oh, I'm a security guard now. Like, bro was just juggling jobs left and right. So to actually see him settle at the mercado, actually have a full-time job where he's happy and he's not screwing up, like, honestly, it just felt like a breath of fresh air. And honestly, it just made me encourage the premise altogether.
No freaking wonder he loves working there. He knows what he's doing. He's making his family happy.
And they never had to spell out the fact that he quit it. He more or less got fired from all those other jobs, presumably, or he had to quit to work here.
He keeps his financial stability.
Like, honestly, they just convey so much story and character without even saying anything out loud.
Which I don't doubt his girlfriend would appreciate. And with that first bit of knowledge, it's safe to assume that he won't get fired anytime soon, unlike presumably all those other jobs. Well, at least permanently.
That's at that one time he did, but still.
That might seem contrived, but then you remember that Bobby's about as dumb as Lenny.
YouTube needs to allow us to edit messages in live chats because typos can really be made. Yeah, it's... I mean, you can always retract the message and type it all over again, but yeah, that's a lot of work. That is a lot of work. I said earlier it was Loud House 2.0, also known as the sisters or cousins and stuff sharing the spotlight except the main characters. Yeah, most of the time, this series, La Casa Grandes really took Ronnie Ann for granted. And I'm sorry, Ronnie Ann is way too respectable of a character to the point where that generally doesn't sit right with me.
So it all adds up perfectly.
And people have the nerve to say, oh wow, you think the Casa Grandes is uninspired? You think Ronnie Ann is just a diversity prop? You must be a racist. Mi hermano en Cristo, I'm Mexican. And I clarified that at the very beginning of the video where I addressed this. If you actually paid attention to the video, if you actually paid attention, you would know that. But no, people still accuse me of racism. Fucking ridiculous, dude.
Without anyone even saying it. As they say, show, don't tell. I don't know what it is with Carlos Peña and airheaded Latinos.
Yeah. I was a big fan of Big Time Rush growing up, so to find out that Carlos is the voice of Bobby, like, honestly, it just made me love the character even more.
But I'm here for it. As for Ronnie Ann, well, this is taken to a whole new level.
Like, how many, please tell me I'm not the only one who likes Big Time Rush. I mean, we're talking about a Nickelodeon show. Someone's bound to have heard of it, but come on. I wish I could play the song on stream and sing along to it, but copyright's a bitch.
Be happy. The same can't be said for her. She doesn't get her own room as far as the family will let her know because apparently the moving was a surprise. can't sleep or use the bathroom peacefully, and the family.
Girl, at least knock on. Whoa, hold on. Girl, if the door is closed, at least knock on the door. God damn. Even if Ronnie Ann literally didn't have her pants down, knock on the door, man. Basic etiquette.
Giving her a makeover, will let her know because.
In my opinion, a few problems I have with the Loud House is that there are a lot of apology endings. Like, there isn't an instance where actions are louder than words. Yeah, or where they actually live out the consequences of their mistakes, more or less.
Apparently, the moving was a surprise. You can't sleep or use the bathroom peacefully, and the family in general is kind of overbearing. One cousin insists on giving her a makeover, and her grandma insists on feeding her constantly. Which is kind of stereotypical for Mexican grandmas, but mine does the same to me, so fair enough.
Seriously, is it a stereotype for for you? Like, I've seen Vines, rest in peace Vine, of people saying leaving their grandma's house after visiting, and their bellies are completely swollen. Like, it feels like a stereotype, but at the same time, my grandma does the same to me when I visit her. So,
Knowing what we do about Ronnie Ann at this point, no wonder she's uncomfortable.
what's the episode where Bobby says he's moving out and Abuela hits him with a giant chocolate? That, I think, is the season 3 finale. I forgot what it was called, but it's straight up the last episode before they got canceled.
She's brooding, she's stubborn, and hardly smiles with anyone that isn't Lincoln or her mom and her brother. So it makes sense that she values her personal space.
Yeah. She trusts her brother enough to know that he won't pry in, and you could easily make a case that she has a soft spot for Lincoln in that capacity.
Since she feels
After everything they've been through together, more or less.
outnumbered and alone and not wanting to move, she consults Lori. Gee, how will the girl that loves her boyfriend so much she coerced her brother into dating a bully react to the news of him moving away?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm really proud of that edit. The green screening, the background music.
News of him moving away.
I didn't even have to edit the frames here. That is straight up how it cuts. She says, "You're what?" and it immediately cuts to Lori driving the car.
Eventually, Lori and Bobby talk things out, and after seeing how much he was thinking about her throughout this whole process, she concedes, realizing that it might be for the best.
Yeah. And we didn't even get to hear the conversation. Like, it's easy to understand that throughout the process of moving to Great Lakes, Bobby is thinking, "Oh crap, what about Lori?" He never says it out loud until Lori more or less shows up. But the implications, the nuance, the conveyance, it's all there. It's surprising. How does it manage to be so subtle yet so clever at the same time?
Probably for some of the reasons Bobby was so happy being there. We don't actually hear the conversation, but the implication.
Like, yeah, he's moving 3 hours away, but the thing is, apparently Lori's college is not that far away from Great Lake City, so in the future, things are gonna work out well enough.
Are thorough enough. As for Ronnie Ann's conflict, well,
Do you believe that the Loud House is set in a specific timeline? The characters not aging kind of affects it because there was a 1 year skip in school, so that leads to even more questions. Yeah, this timeline it's too cluttered, way too inconsistent, to the point where I don't know. Sometimes it actually tries to have structure, but other times they just completely neglect it altogether. Like, it's just very confusing.
there's honestly so much that really surprised me, and I don't think it's ever been talked about enough. She concedes as well, mainly because her mom was willing to pass up the move for her sake, and the family.
Yeah, this one moment. Hold on. This one moment. Ronnie Ann straight up tells her mom, "Mom, I'm not happy here. I don't have my own space. Everyone is so nosy. I just don't like it." And her mom is immediately like, "Well, if that's really how you feel, sweetie, then we won't move. Whatever. It's okay, sweetie. You don't have to feel pressured to actually have to come here." Like, her mom is actually for being someone so overworked, her mom still manages to be so considerate of her daughter's feelings to the point where the whole premise of the Casa Grandes movies just straight up falls apart. Like, I straight up did not enjoy the Casa Grandes movie just from the premise alone. Like, it's Ronnie Ann's birthday, she probably has plans, and her mom is like, "Surprise, we're taking on a trip to Mexico, whether you like it or not, and if you complain, well, I'm gonna be mad too." Like, it just... there's just so much derailment of character in just the premise of the movie alone, to the point where I straight up did not enjoy it. Never mind the fact that we got a whole conflict between Aztec gods for some reason. For a slice of life cartoon, like, this is your idea of a finale? Like, I'm telling you, man, they really fumbled the bag with the Casagrandes, to say the least. And which is a damn shame, because initially they had such a good thing going. And I'm about to get into detail as to why that is.
And the family thoughtfully provided her a room of her own without even being asked. But when you take past and thoughtfully provided her a room of her own without even being asked.
I will say this though. It's a little ironic that okay, she did not make this little picture herself with the heart shape on it. But I'd like to believe Ronnie Ann straight up admitted she doesn't like Lincoln romantically, so I'd like to believe she willingly got rid of this. You might see it in the background at some point if we ever see. You might see it in the background at some point if we ever see the Casagrandes, let alone Ronnie Ann's room again. But I feel like that might just be a continuity error, to say the least.
When you take past and future.
Yeah, Tails, it's been on Netflix for like a year now. There was a whole Casagrandes movie. And you know what? We'll get to that later. Next video, actually. For the sake of context.
This is an invaluable step in a severely underrated character arc.
Yeah, honestly, this episode alone has its genuine moments, but it's really the continuity and the fact that I got to watch this more or less watch this whole series as in its entirety after it all aired, more or less, that really made me appreciate this episode all the more.
Take a moment to think about what Ronnie Ann's life was like until this point. Her parents are divorced. Her mother is overworked.
Yeah, really overworked. Like, trust me, I know I've met a couple nurses in my life, and their schedule is ridiculously tight. Like, poor girls. All medical workers, more or less, their schedules are ridiculously overbooked.
Heck, even after moving, she still only gets 1 day off a month, which is implied to be just as bad as before. Her dad literally works in another continent, and
her dad is gone. We really didn't even know what became of him until he was introduced. Turns out he works in Peru for whatever reason.
She really yearns for his presence, as we come to learn later.
She really misses her dad.
Her brother worked a lot of jobs, and when he wasn't, he was.
Her brother was juggling jobs. He was always with Lori. Her dad worked in the other side of the world. Her mom was always overworked. Like, damn, you just feel bad for Ronnie Ann.
Presumably with his girlfriend. Safe to say that she was really.
Yeah, Jesse. The thing is, yeah, I said at the beginning of my worst episodes video, I was not doing that. There was almost 9 whole seasons of the published seasons of this show. If I were to do that, that episode would be at least, 5 hours long, 6 hours long? No way in hell. I don't have that kind of time. Or willpower.
Lonely until she met Lincoln. Literally the one time we see her talk to someone at school besides him is just to ask where he.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Tails. Like, the Casagrandes, it got canceled in 2022, and we get a movie 2 years later? And their idea of a finale for a slice of life spinoff is a conflict between Aztec gods for some reason. Aztec gods we've never met before, anywhere at any point in the series. Just came out of nowhere and happened to be where Ronnie Ann is going. It's just so dumb, man.
It makes perfect sense that she started picking on him specifically. As far as she could tell, there's no better way to get back at the girl hogging the part of your family that could have been there for you most of the time than by picking on some of her own.
Or alternatively, it seems like Ronnie Ann was just trying to imitate Bobby's behavior. If he's so happy dating the Loud sister, maybe she felt like she'd be happy being with the Loud brother. Know what I mean? Like, maybe the reason she started picking on him is because she felt like she had to be with him just to be happy. And I'm glad she grew out of that mentality. And it all adds up with her upbringing, with her moving in with her family and whatnot. Like, it just makes so much sense, and they never say it out loud. That's what makes this character so respectable. At least in my opinion. Yeah, it's Netflix exclusive.
That might seem petty and immature, but then you remember the fact that she's a troubled 11-year-old girl at this point. That does not mean we should condone.
And the reason she started picking on him is because she's so lonely and antisocial that she doesn't know how to win him over as a friend. Like she presumably didn't have any friends until she met Lincoln, and all of her screen time in the show really reflects that. Subcontext is key. Exactly. No, it is not on Paramount Plus for some reason.
Remember the fact that
At least not here in Mexico. Pretty sure it's Netflix exclusive because Netflix produced the whole film.
she's a troubled 11-year-old girl at this point. That does not
Yeah, keep in mind, guys, she's 11 years old. I don't expect her to be prim and perfect with her social capabilities.
mean we should condone it, though. The bullying is excessive, but it's not uncommon for kids to think that they're showing endearment and affection through these methods.
Yeah, I understand the whole idea of a girl picking on a guy because she has a crush on him, or vice versa. But at the same time, you got to remember, this is a child's mentality. It should not be condoned. You understand why it happened, but you should not be condoning it.
Just ask Lynn. She still kept a positive and helpful attitude around her mom and Bobby most of the time.
And even with her brooding demeanor and whatnot, Ronnie Ann is still so helpful with her mom and Bobby. Like, she goes out of her way to make her mom's and both of their lives easier amidst all their work and whatnot. Even though she felt more or less abandoned, she still kept a helpful attitude, more or less.
But it's safe to assume that her broken family, her mom's job, and her brother's priorities left her physically and mentally isolated. I don't
Tails, as far as Lori and Bobby, they were more or less just high school sweethearts. They never really explained in detail how they met. As for Ronnie Ann and Lincoln, well, I more or less just explained why.
I know this for sure. It's exactly the reason her mother wanted them to move in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Like, everything I just talked about, it all adds up with this. Contextually, it all makes sense with this one simple moment.
Okay, well, here goes. Ronnie Ann, Bobby, I've been thinking about this for a long time. I hate that you guys have to be alone so much, and we have this.
For Ronnie Ann, that makes sense. For Bobby, I guess she only said it that way because she's trying to save face. Because what the fuck is she talking about with Bobby? He has all these jobs, all these friends, this lovingly obsessive girlfriend. This is girlfriend that loves him too much to a fault. You know what? Let me rephrase that. A girlfriend that loves him too much to a fault. I'd say Bobby is the opposite of lonely. But Ronnie Ann? Yeah, it makes sense. That's why I put this note in the video. She's just talking like that to avoid isolating her own daughter. And honestly, considering how considerate Maria is of her feelings, as she's shown in this episode, it just makes too much sense, man. And I mean that in the best of ways.
Great family here. So, when I found out that I could get a job at the city hospital, I thought maybe we could move here? What do you guys think?
It's honestly amazing how much of her character is conveyed to the audience across multiple episodes and with minimal dialogue focusing on it. Bro, someone give this girl a hug. Oh, thank you, Lincoln.
Yeah, this girl needed a hug. The fact that they didn't make her come off as tragic for the most part, like, it just really sells me on the character in these moments.
Take notes.
This is such a great character, man. Why would you? The fact that they wasted her and neglected her so much in her own spinoff. Am I alone in finding that to be a little insulting?
House. This is how you earn sympathy when you start off as reckless and hurtful. Misunderstood.
Not real. I wouldn't say it needs a rewrite. Just more episodes that focus on Ronnie Ann. Like, for the most part, I don't see a reason to care about most of her family members, let alone have episodes revolving around them strictly. Like, honestly, I thought Carlota was really boring. I thought Carlos was just a rehash of Lisa. Like, most of it was just too boring. All those episodes about the baby, like the episode of him about wanting a penguin plushie, like, I was just, nah, just boring.
Stood my ass. With Lincoln, Ronnie Ann was brooding and abrasive as usual at first, but eventually much more playful.
Yeah. As time went on, Ronnie Ann, she picked a lot less on Lincoln and treated him more like an actual friend. Rather than she didn't give off the impression anymore that she wanted to spend time with him because she felt like she had to.
For everyone else that wasn't related to her, her usual demeanor and presumed tough girl
And like initially, with her first friends in Great Lake City, she's still afraid to be herself. just because she didn't have any friends, she initially scared off Lincoln.
Add up cohesively. Heck, it was so prominent that Lincoln couldn't bring himself to trust her with one little egg.
Yeah. Initially, her exterior was so unappealing and distrusting from, at the very least, Lincoln's perspective, that it all just adds up. Also, I think I just got the phone call, guys, so let's... do I want to end things here? It's a bit of an awkward note to end on, guys, but yeah, I'm in a bit of a hurry, so... What about the Down syndrome representation? I think CJ was handled well enough. Initially. Like, there really isn't much to say. Like, they treat it passively. They don't pretend it, they don't make him stand out more than what he needs to, and they don't make him stand out any less. So all you gotta do is make representation done right. And it's actually well written, and give it good writing, of course. But alright, with that being said, guys, oh gosh. Okay, I'll try to finish this. I'm sorry if I'm rushing through it, but I want to at least finish this part of the video.
So it's remarkably compelling when she learns to be more open with her supposedly tough city friends.
Wow. A decent episode written by Kevin Sullivan? That's rare.
Credit to Lincoln, and how she's much more amiable by the time she makes her own best friend.
Yeah. When you take all of her growth into consideration, like her dynamic with Sid, it's just so much more believable. Like why Ronnie Ann is so much more patient with her, why she's so much more amiable with Sid. It all checks out when you take all of her character development into consideration. It's crazy. Apparently, according to Savino, it was always supposed to be Ronnie Ann. Amidst... You know what? Let me finish the segment before I explain what I'm about to say.
You'd think I ship her with Lincoln considering how much I'm appreciating what their bond amounted to, but you'd be sorely mistaken for a lot of reasons supported even in the show itself.
Yeah. I'm not necessarily condemning the prospect of Lincoln and Ronnie Ann being a couple just because their start, how they started, it was just very toxic. She picks on him. The sisters think they're doing it because she likes him. He kisses her. He gets punched in the eye. And when he can't take it anymore, he's forced to go on a date with her. Like, as condemnable as that is, that's not necessarily the reason why I don't ship Lincoln with Ronnie Ann.
All things considered, there's genuine reasons why their relationship has been mostly platonic and should stay platonic. All I know is that if they truly saw each other in a romantic way, Lincoln would have cared a lot more about going to a girl's choice dance with her than...
Yeah, if Lincoln really liked her really liked her romantically, he would not have hesitated to let Ronnie Ann ask him to the dance. Because he was avoiding her all day because he wanted to go to the arcade instead. Yeah, I am Boo. Somebody in the comments actually corrected me already.
...a deal at an arcade, he would have fought a lot harder to get her to stay in Royal Woods and vice versa.
Yeah. If he genuinely liked her to that extent, like, I'm glad he's being empathetic and supportive about the fact that she doesn't want to move, but if he really liked her in that way, he would have gone to Great Lake City himself to try to stop them, to try to talk her family out of it.
Even with the family giving him a good first impression, heck, he never would have shown...
I do agree with Mr. Enter. The mom did put her daughter in a position for her to say yes right in front of the family. That is true, but at the same time, she more or less proved that she disagreed with it. Or that at the very least that she ultimately she didn't try to force it.
...up at Great Lake City in the first place if Lori hadn't dragged him along.
I still don't get why I have to come along.
Yeah. He cares about Ronnie Ann as a friend, but not to the point where he feels like he'll actually make a difference. Or to the point where he actually values Ronnie Ann as a girlfriend. Not that she ever was.
He only ever kissed her because he was goaded into it the first time, and the other time was to make her feel better after he impulsively insulted her.
Like, yeah. The first time he was more or less manipulated into it, and the second time, it almost feels like he's doing it just to put his sister's conscience at ease, just so his sister will stop hurting him. Like, honestly, that's just not a very healthy relationship, if you ask me. Even for a pair of 11-year-olds, that's just not very healthy.
Which stemmed from him getting teased as a result of her bullying. Even when she proved that she liked those kisses, her behavior in the future completely undermines the prospect of full-blown romance. We later see that some superstitious fraud predicted that they'd be a couple, and...
for context here, this frame in particular might seem misleading, but that's just Ronnie An's imagination. Paranoid imagination, to say the least.
She was genuinely terrified of the notion because at that point, there was no doubting that she truly cherishes his friendship that much.
Yeah. It's season 4 of The Loud House, season 1 of the Casagrandes. After everything I've said about Ronnie Ann, there's really no reason to doubt that Lincoln means a lot to her, just not romantically. Even though she basically forced her way into his life, she still appreciates him for who he is and doesn't want to lose his friendship. Correct me on this, but I think the reason, at least for me, why Luna and Sam's relationship isn't explored too often, either because of the limitations of being a show on Nickelodeon or simply the writers. Probably both. I'd say a bit of both, but who knows? Who knows for sure?
At this point in time, she doesn't.
Tracy, the episode in question is called The Horror Scope. Horror Scope.
And she was genuinely terrified of the notion because at that point, there was no doubting that she truly cherishes his friendship that much. At this point in time, she doesn't believe romance with him is what she ever needed to make up for her loneliness.
Yeah. Like when he first met Lincoln, she was going into it with the mentality of, oh, if Bobby's so happy with Lori, then maybe I can be I can be just as happy with Lincoln. Maybe I can stop feeling so lonely. Maybe I'll feel like I'll finally stop. Maybe I'll feel like I can consistently have some company, which in some capacity she did, but she realized it can't be that simple. Or at least I want to say it's headcanon, but there is just so much evidence, so much conveyance really supporting these ideas.
On that note, I have no reason to doubt it anymore when he says,
She is not my girlfriend.
Yeah. Considering how much Ronnie Ann forced her way into being Lincoln's girlfriend, more or less, I'm not surprised that he doesn't see her that way after everything that's happened.
mainly because there's Lincoln's own character growth.
Even with the kisses, even with the mandatory date, even with all that, I completely understand why this relationship is platonic. But in the eyes of Chris Savino, for some reason to him, the end game is still Lincoln and Ronnie Ann. But who cares what he thinks? He got fired like 8 years ago. Literally 8 years ago. Keep in mind, guys, he got fired in 2017. He doesn't call the shots anymore, so...
But we'll have to get to that in another entry on this list.
And then there's everything I have to say in number 1. If you haven't seen the video yet, then... well, I'm not going to spoil it. We'll hopefully cover it tomorrow.
For all these two have been through, it wouldn't be outlandish to say that they're very special to each other. Just not in the way they thought at first. Or really the way everyone around them was pressuring them and sometimes coercing them into.
Yeah. From Ronnie Ann's perspective, everyone is saying, your boyfriend! That's your boyfriend! From Lincoln's perspective, the moment they heard he was getting picked on by a girl, all of his sisters were like, oh my gosh, she likes you! Like, were they really into each other? Or were their entire families just pressuring them into it? Just a little bit of food for thought.
With all that being said, I have to digress. All things considered, this is why I firmly stand by what I said in my Amphibia review.
Honestly, deadass. Ronnie Ann is just Luz Noceda, but better written in every conceivable way.
Honestly, a character...
But the fact of the matter is, most of the fandom still ships Lincoln with Ronnie Ann. Even some of the writers, too. For some reason, in the Casagrandes movie, Ronnie Ann has a playlist on her cell phone with the title of their ship name, Ronniekin. And secondly, one of the graphic novels shows Lincoln and Ronnie Ann blushing. And that did air after Horoscope. Like, bro. Like, if you're not going to be consistent with these genuine relationships, non-romantic in most contexts. Tracy, Lewis is the protagonist of The Owl House. Same problem as Ronnie Ann. She's a loser who struggles with making friends, but really doesn't sell me on the sympathy. Really, judging from the pilot alone, she really doesn't sell me on any sympathy.
This narratively strong and compelling really deserved a better overall spin-off than the one this was amounting to.
Yeah. All of that character development, all of that conveyance, all that subtlety, and you're telling me it's all just a backdoor pilot for this underwhelming spin-off where Ronnie Ann is not even present for like half the time.
Especially considering the shallow reasons
All right, Jorge, take care. We're about to wrap things up here anyways, but take care, my guy.
it was made instead, but anywho.
Straight up. I said it once and I'll say it again. They did not care about Ronnie Ann. They just cared about their diversity quota. And that's, take it from a native Mexican like me, that's insulting. This episode has its own merits of comedy and stakes, and it was the most noteworthy step in subtly nuanced, overarching, and just surprisingly amazing character growth. Alright guys, we're gonna continue this tomorrow at around 2 p.m. Pacific time. Hopefully I'll see you guys there, but for now, I haven't gotten the phone call, but I think I heard someone at my door, to say the least. So with that being said, thank you guys so much for sticking around. As always, if your heart so desires, actually, please, like the VOD, like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, and hopefully next weekend as well. But tomorrow, 2 p.m. Pacific time. Be there, we'll continue the video, and hopefully jump to the next one. So with that being said, I'm Siba signing out. Take care, guys. Bye.